Thank you, Tubby. You know why I was muted? Because nothing was automatically unmuting it because I have no bot. I am botless today. Yes, this is true. You know, I'm not quite sure how this stream is going to look today because when you depend on automation pretty much for everything and then somebody takes it away, yeah. So here's the weird thing. It was working fine as, Belen will tell you, I have it open, I'm a PC open 24/7 because I use StreamerBot for a lot of automation. Now, if I just open it, it might be okay. We might be all right. So I'm going to try and just open it. As soon as I try and click on it to go into anything, it just closes out. So without the time to start looking at things and to figure out what's going on, there we go. Look, we even got a random first for Anders because I just fired it up again, and it's like, hey, who was first? So yeah, I think Moo was first officially in the last stream. I guess Anders is first in this one. So let's see. I'm not going to touch StreamerBot. I'm going to leave it. I'm not even going to click on it, and we might, maybe, be okay. We'll see. I don't want to. There's the toots. Look at that. Thanks again, JD, for the resub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so JD, I think you're using the new version, right? I think you've been using it for a while, maybe even pre-public release. I'm still on TD. My StreamerBot is balked. Yeah, I know TD's been using the new version for a good while, and yeah, JD has as well. I'm still on 0.2.8. The burn your eyes out white mode, light mode only version, and it's been working fine because, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So I haven't updated yet, and I haven't really found a reason to need to update, a compelling reason, given the potential it has to balk a lot of things. All right, JD, appreciate the lurk. Hopefully work is over pretty soon. Let's see. Let's do a quick shout out for JD before he goes, and let's see how long StreamerBot can actually hold its own without me touching it. Oh, we've got some clips.
Oh, wait
a. I think he was going to say, wait a cotton picking minute, please, if you wouldn't mind. That sounds just like something JD would say. Yeah, so it's been working fine. It stays open 24/7. My PC's on 24/7, and never really had any issues until today. Yeah, so stream started. Moo came in and managed to get first, and then it just kind of went south from there. I clicked on it. It closed out. I opened it back up. I clicked on it. It closed out. I rebooted. I opened it back up. Clicked on it, it closed out. So, yes, I will update it, TD. And I don't know if anybody has seen my schedule this week. I am streaming today. I am streaming Friday and then Saturday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because of IRL stuff, I'm actually not going to be streaming. So it sounds like that could in fact be the perfect time to give me a 3-day window to update and get everything working. I mean, I could start looking through the logs and find out, obviously it's not happy about something, and try and find out what it is, but my guess is that with all the new bug fixes and the new version, if I update to that, then I'm probably going to be fine anyway. So that's the plan. We're going to stream for a bit. I have StreamerBot open in the background. I'm not touching it, and it seems okay for now. I kind of need it to be working because of all the automation stuff I have running through it. So just not going to breathe too heavy. All right. And then we're going to see. We'll see how it goes. My song request go in. Did that even work? Oh, I didn't do it, did I? Because I I was bidding adieu to JD. Let me try again. Blah blah blah. I think this is a very fitting song to have at the start of the stream, assuming the SR command works. I'll give it a try. Possibly. All right. Let's go. I'm not breathing too heavy. GLaDOS is not running because I rebooted and forgot to open SpeakerBot, the sister companion app to StreamerBot. Let me go ahead and GLaDOS is on cooldown now, but yeah. Let me see if I can put that through on another TTS for you, Balint. So what is it? Well, maybe TTS is one of the virtual casualties for today. Maybe. Let's have a look. Did it even open anywhere? Possibly. You have a copy already running. Well, why can't I see it then? Why don't? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So it's open. It says that it tried to run it. All right. Do you know what? I am actually not going to spend any time trying to fix anything today because we know there's potential balkedness in the background. What about your remotes? Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter if TTS is balked anyway. So we'll see. We'll see what actually works today. There might be some, there might be nothing, but you know, Tubby was like, you better get your face on this screen. You better stream today, especially since you're not streaming again until Friday. So I'm like, okay, all right, whatever you say, Tubby. Cutie, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, let's get some rapid fire shout outs up in here, and then we'll move on to today's agenda. Bit of a gamey. See, QT knows what it's about. How's the jam working out for you, Cutie? You and Manadono, I believe, have teamed up and have 8 days, 7 hours, and 55 minutes left. You're alive. That definitely makes jamming easier for the game jam. All right, we're going to shout out Balint. And we're going to shout out... Did Moo do a runner? Moo did a runner.
Munchkin size now.
Possibly. Might be lurking. Balint, would you mind doing a shout out clip for Moo, please? Because I can never remember the username. It's like DC Dev 2 in day or something. You know better than I do. They were actually first on the first stream of the day. This is the second stream of the day. We may have one or two possible technical issues today. Maybe. I don't, and they left. Okay. Well, they swung by and got first. Look, you can still send me that log if you want. I mean, it might be quite a size log. I don't do tiny logs, you know that, TD. But yeah, if I get a chance, because I know you're a bit like me, you kind of. Oh, thank you. Look at TD. DCV in you today. Wait, is that it? DCV in you. I guess it is.
For those of you that don't know
Thank
me,
you.
I am deceiving you today, aka Moo. I'm a huge supporter of the Makers and Crafters community here on Twitch. Those of you that do know me know just how much I support and try to be there for everybody. As such, one of the Makers and Crafters, which is Momo Crafting, convinced me that I need to...
See, I think that DC should just rebrand to Moo, just MOO, and make us a lot easier trying to shout out. Meeting done. That was fast. Wow. I was going to say, oh, that is probably a meeting that could have been an email, but it would probably have taken longer to type the email out than you just spent in the meeting. Everyone's still recovering from last week. Excellent. Yes, we do love those speedy meetings, JD. Awesome possum. Daily stand-up. Okay, so you stood up and you went, I'm back. I didn't get attacked by flying monkeys this morning. I am, in fact, back from Oz. Hello, everybody. And they went, yeah, we're not doing the meeting today. And you're like, all right, thanks. Bye. Captain Krabs. How the devil are you? Let's get a shout out for Captain Krabs. I can spell that. All right. And if anybody's in chat, we're going to shout out TD as well. If anybody's in chat that I haven't shouted out, let me know. There's a TD. A shout out for Tubby because, you know, Tubby's a legend.
Thank you.
Even though he's not, he's teasing us at the moment, he's not streaming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're here every night.
Waking up. Well, hopefully when you wake up, it's going to turn into a glorious day, Captain Krabs. Almost as magical as the magical poo that you offer. Mighty poo. Ooh. TD. Okay. Did we in fact shout out J? We did shout out JD. We shouted out JD as JD was leaving for his 36-second meeting, weren't we? Didn't we? Okay. All right, that's done. Who have I missed? Let me scroll back and see. I think we might have caught everybody. Anders, when are you going to start streaming? Then we can shout you out. Cutie came in. We didn't shout out Cutie. Let's do that. There we go. Shout out for Cutie. And just make sure I didn't he miss anyone else in my best Scottish accent? Scroll. Scrolly scroll. A little bit more of a scroll. Tatum was in. How did I not shout out Tatum? I actually did a clip. I did a clip of Tatum and of Turgus when I was in both their streams. Yeah, so you might remember we've had a clip of Tatum before when he was fishing and he had, I thought it was a speedboat, but it might have been a jet ski. Anyway, go past and disrupt him while he was fishing. So on one of his last streams, he had some people swimming by, like not butt naked, but you know, in speedos and bikini, I presume. It was a couple that was swimming by and with no regard for Anders. No regard for Tatum and whether they were disturbing the fish or not. So he does his loudest wolf whistle that I've ever heard in my entire life. And the guy turns around and he's like, hello, I'm fishing. Could you please, Vamanovs? And the guy's like, oh, sorry. And Tatum's like, I don't want to hook you. And the guy's like, no, I don't want that either. And it was hilarious. So I clipped it. So we might see that clip at some point in the future when we do the shouts for Tatum. Oh, I think that clip of mine is flagged for certain audience. I think so, and I thought I'd actually change that so it didn't matter, because in my clip machine, there is something you can go into, and it allows you to, do some smoke and mirrors and actually change that. So I don't know why. It's not supposed to be per channel. It's just supposed to be a mature audience's flag that it's supposed to enable, because, we have quite a few fun streamers in here that might not necessarily be for an under 18 audience, and I don't mind about that. That's the one exception we have to the wholesomeness stuff in here, is that if it's from a clip, that's considered user generated content, and that's okay. It's all good. Hang on a minute. I've got my random friend request for the day in Discord. Let me just have a look. It's somebody I don't know, and they're a 3D artist. What could they possibly want with me? Can't just be trying to spam me their stuff, surely. Anyway, on that note, I will ignore, because I have it so you can't send me messages. You have to send me a friend request first. So if I get a friend request from somebody I don't know, do I accept it? No, I ignore it. So there it is. I'm going to look at the clip itself. It may be because of the map shape. Oh, okay. Was it particularly phallic, cutie? Is that possibly what it was? Maybe. Anyway, now you've got me curious. Now I need to see the map. I'm sorry. You've piqued my interest, so to speak. All right, so those regulars to the stream might remember we had a weather command where you just type in exclamation mark or exclamation point weather, and it shows my weather because it's my stream. And people might be interested in, you know, if it's 100 degrees today, they might be interested in how hot it is for me. Why is that map shaped like a rocket ship landing on two beach balls? Oh, okay, yeah, that was my presumption as well, JD. I thought it might be something like that. But now I've changed the weather command so it works for everybody, and you can put whatever you want in. So you can do weather London, weather New York, and it should allegedly show you weather. So you don't have to say if you're doxing yourself. You don't even have to dox yourself. You can just choose weather for anywhere, and hopefully weather in BitGamey. You see, if it doesn't find the place, or if you don't put anything in, I think if you don't put anything in, it should be like, hey, put something in. But yeah, Abu Dhabi. Or is it just one of those things that's bought today? Yeah, clearly bought. Now I'm curious whether I've lost anything in StreamerBot, because that actually was working just fine prior to the crash. Yeah, I put weather in with nothing, and it says you forgot to specify location, so it is working, because that message wasn't there before. But a StreamerBot. Oh, here we go. London. Yeah. But I think I also put a cooldown on it, so you can't just kind of spam lots of weather places. So it could have also been hit by the cooldown. Chicago. No. Why does it work for London but not Chicago? Dallas. See, we've got some places. So it's like a weather roulette wheel, if you will. You spin it, and sometimes you might get lucky. Sometimes you might not. Not Ken from Ken and Barbie, but Kent, as in the place in England. So it kind of sort of bit of works, but you know, of course it worked for all the places I tried when I was testing it, but you know, given that there are quite a few places that can have weather in the world, I didn't try all of the places. Nope, from the looks of it, the heart on the pedestal should still be okay. Yeah, it kind of sort of works. Fairly certain that's not how you spell it, Berlin. I'm pretty sure that was an intentional typo. Oh look, we have Bangkok. It wasn't an intentional typo. Oh my goodness. That makes it even more chuckle-worthy. Brussels. Guess it doesn't like Brussels. Can I just say I've put no filtering in this, so it's not like I'm saying, oh no, I don't want to know about Brussels. Okay, blame Weather API. Okay, just putting that out there. Anyway, we should probably close out the predicts, right? Because we got 3 options, and people have voted on all 3. So 2% think I'm wearing a Care Bears shirt, 81% think coffee, and 18% think something else. So if we take a very quick look and see which shirt, in fact, I am wearing today, it is PlayStation. Yeah, I figured since we're still doing Game Jam stuff, maybe a game-related shirt would be the one to wear. So we're going to choose the outcome, and it was something else, and complete. There we go. GG's if you won. If you won any channel points. I don't hate any places, to be honest. No, I don't have the energy. Antwerp. Weather API doesn't like Belgium. Yeah, and I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, maybe just Belgium. Maybe just going to give you one weather report for the whole of Belgium. What about that? There we go. You put Belgium in and it gives you Brussels. Not even Brussels sprouts. Terrible. All right, so clearly work to be done. It's clearly... I need to check into what I've got set up. Right, cutie? Yeah, I'm going to take a screenshot of that, and then maybe if StreamerBot ever works flawlessly again, and yeah, I was going to put a message up saying no StreamerBot, so no commands and redemptions, but drop and fish still work, but as long as I don't breathe too heavy, as long as I don't actually touch StreamerBot and I just leave it open in the background behind OBS, I think we're in good shape. All right, so updated weather command. That was a great bit of marketing for me, wasn't it? Here, it might work, it might not. Oh yeah, that's one of the joys, isn't it, of me getting StreamerBot back up again. We can have those songs played. Lovely. Okay. All right. So I haven't actually even opened the streaming browser back up. Need to do a couple of clicky clicks on stuff here. Fire some things back up. Show browser. Well, voice commands are working. Huzzah! I've got a little bit of cold coffee left, so let's celebrate with that. Okay, so... My goodness, this is all over the place today. ObsBot sale, I don't care about that. I've already got my webcam, thank you. What? Not Mu-N-I-Z-Z, as it pronounced it.
So let's start the spin again.
Cloud of Fortune. Did you create that all by yourself, Moonies? Because that's quite impressive. I've seen it before, but I do like it. Mu-N-I-Z-Z. So how you doing, Mu-N-I-Z-Z? Tell me how your stream went today. Spill the tea. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Yes, I made the Cloud of Fortune. That's very impressive. On October the 6th, I'm having my stream every day for my 1,000 follower celebration stream, and I have a wheel to spin, but I didn't create it myself, and it's not as impressive as yours, but, you know, it's a wheel, so there is that. River Main, how are you doing? Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, so what were you doing today, Moonies? What did I miss? I know you weren't making a Cloud of Fortune because I've seen that clip before, so I know you didn't do that today. I need to know all the tea. What happened? So my name is Lee BitGamey. I usually work on a game called Rescue Ball, which has mechanics similar to the Katamari Damacy game. For a couple of weeks, we took a break and we're working on, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, the Journey Jam. We have 8 days and 7 hours left, and it's a butterfly-related game based on the theme of man versus nature. We spent last week working on it, so we've got about another weekish left to finish it off. So I'm going to show the party people where we're at so far in a little while. We did have some technical issues earlier. I had to reboot, and we're still probably not out of the technical issues woods, so to speak. So I'm not breathing too heavy. I'm clicking on things very gingerly because I don't want everything to come down, crashing down in a steaming pile. So So yeah. Right, so I'm going to keep babbling on for a bit and engaging with chat, and then you can have a preview. I will show you my jam game, where we're at so far. Did work on my day job as usual, Jord Globe Geography, solving tons of tasks. Now that geography app is amazing. I remember you came in before and we discussed it and we looked at it and we talked about it, and it's very impressive, to the point where when I looked at it before, I'm like, it's finished, right? There can't be anything else to do on it. It's got to be just bug fixing, because this looks pretty complete and it looks gorgeous. It's a beautiful API. So if you wanted to throw anything in chat, any links, Moonies, please be my guest. You know the drill. Solving tons of tasks. Excellent. Yeah, so let me see if the jam game will open while we're chatting. It's getting there slowly. Unity's not the fastest on this PC. I have a bit of a potato PC. Balint of Science Streams also has a potato PC, but guess what? He just won a brand spanking new PC from the Airy Summer stream. So very soon we're going to see some speedy whizzing things when Balint is streaming next on his fancy pants new desktop. I'm also giving away free Jord Globe Plus Premium to anyone who downloads the game and creates an account. Wow, that is most generous. He did a plug in chat already. Oh, did I miss the link? I see the plugging. I don't see a link. So if we can get a link in chat to it, that would be great. And then see if we can get loads of people over there signing up for it. Here's the link. There we go. Let's pin that to top of chat for a few minutons. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Take a look at that while Unity's still doing its thing. JD is lurking. Speaking of steaming piles, that's a very nice tiny steaming pile next to the lurk command. So thank you for that, JD. On iOS and Android, if you create an account, hit me up and I'll give you free premium until end of October. Very nice, very generous offer. So what does premium cost normally? How much of a cost saving is that? Free until the end of October. So you get what, a month and a weekish, 5-ish weeks. Jord Globe. Look at this. I mean, even just looking at this. Oh, we're moving in. We're zooming in. That's really nice. I like that. I don't remember if I downloaded it last time or not. If I go to download, is it going to give me the QR codes for Android and the App Store? Redirecting. Oh, okay. So it just assumes I have an Android, but I have an iOS. I have an iPhone. All right. So why did it do that? Does it just only go to the Android store? Does it only go to Google Play when you click that link? Could you not have like a download here and then like download iOS or download Android, or assume Android if you're on Windows, I think. Okay. I did wonder if there was any kind of intelligence built behind the button. I think it's $4.99 a month. Also, if anyone recruit people, I'll give them free premium and the recruiter an extra month. There we go. Very nice. So get yourself over to jordglobe.com. You've got your download link here, which if you've got Android, it'll jump to. Otherwise, go to jordglobe.com on your iPhone, and then this download link should get you to where you need to be. The game is free to play. You can play pretty much the whole game without paying anything. Pretty much the whole game. So what is paywalled? I mean, you gotta make some money on this thing, right? You gotta eat. So don't give the whole thing away. You got your Discord link here if you want to join the Discord. Localization, we've got English and what is SV? I'm not familiar with that country code. Localization. SV. Swedish, okay. All right. Yeah. You can't see it now. There's a pop-up window here that comes up in the Opera browser window, and it says, translate from Swedish to English. No, I don't want to translate because I just switched to Swedish. Very nice. So, Grunge, how you doing? Our resident coffee expert. Welcome on in. All right, so here you go. Here's your QR codes. So here's the question. If there's one QR code here, Muniz, what does that divert to? Because obviously, you've got a link to the App Store and a link to Google Play. Or does this do like clicking on the download link? Does it have the intelligence behind it to try and calculate where you are? Although if you were on your phone, that always makes me chuckle. If you're on your phone and someone shows you a QR code and goes, hey, use this QR code. I can't because I'm actually on my phone right now, so I can't really scan code that's on my phone when I'm using my phone. QR code probably does the same as the download link. Makes sense. If only you had someone in here fluent in Swedish. I mean, that's the good thing, though, so Grunge. I don't need someone in here who's fluent in Swedish because Muniz was nice enough to put it in English and Swedish, and I absolutely definitely speak better English than I do Swedish. Wasn't the chef on the Muppets, wasn't he Swedish? Because that's probably about how it would sound if I tried to speak Swedish. Everything is free to play, but you have hearts that you lose and regain them after X hours, and some ads with premium. You don't have to worry about that, and no ads. Oh, very nice. Very good. I'm probably about the same in both languages. He was Swedish chef. Kind of in the name, isn't it? And we do love Fika. Fika? I don't know. Riven's like, yeah, this is great and everything, but I've just seen all of this in Mooney's stream. Can we just take a look at the jam game? If you wouldn't mind. Okay. Let me just make a couple of quick tweaks and enables before we get to where we are, because I was doing some updates on the layout, and so I disabled a lot of stuff. Now, clearly, I need to enable a lot of stuff because I'm trying to show the party people how it looks. And just bear in mind that it's subject to change. It's still early days, really. We're a week into a 2-week jam, so the design, the polish, I haven't really worked on hugely yet. So, yeah, let me see. Backplane, should we turn that? Yeah, let's turn that back on. All right. Okay, Unity's still booting up. No, it's ready. We're about to switch across to it. So if we do show Unity. There it is. Swedish Chef was one of my favourites. Dual Globe is fun and Moon is rocks. You're not wrong, Strom. Welcome in. Is the chicky in the basket? Okay. Wellness check for JD, please. Bork. Does ads give good money? I have always wondered. I can't share those numbers, even by saying decent or not much. I actually don't have access to ad profits. My boss probably does. Yeah, so when I've launched apps before and they've had ads, I think it depends on a number of different criteria. So you can't say that ads are always good or ads are always bad, or you always make a lot from ads or you don't. Obviously, it's dependent on your user base, how many people are actually using it. And I think as a monetization option, ads are always good to supplement something else. So like Moon has said, we've got ads for people that don't get the premium, but then if you get the premium, you don't have the ads anymore. So you either take the one-time hit of premium, well, once a month if it's a subscription model, or you have the ads, which will be an ongoing thing. But in my opinion, and I can't speak for anybody else, ads are kind of always secondary, especially to a monthly subscription. And I think that's a good way to do it. That you get people interested, and they can use it. And if the ads are annoying enough that they want to subscribe, and it's worth $4.99 a month or whatever it is to get rid of them, then do it. I mean, it's the same with Twitch, right? You know, we have 3 minutes of ads once an hour. If you don't want those 3 minutes of ads, and if you want extra perks, then go ahead and subscribe, but there's no obligation to. Turgus, how are you doing? BitGamey4 Supreme Leader. No, I think the next milestone on my streaming path of discovery is probably partner, but I doubt that's going to be anytime soon and probably won't be this year. However, you know, it might be on the horizon. Time for a coffee. It's always time for a coffee, Sir Grunge. It's always coffee o'clock somewhere. Some games really put ads. That is so annoying. I hate that. Yeah, I mean, when you have ads in a game, I think they're intentionally meant to be annoying because they're really trying to get you to pay to either just remove the ads or, you know, they might have other ways of doing it. But yeah, if ads weren't annoying, then people would never pay to get rid of them. So they have to be intrusive to a certain degree to try and spur you into making them gone for good. Anyway, this is the jam game we have so far. It's currently untitled, but I'm thinking of something like Flutter Blocks, maybe? I don't know. That was a title that came into my head. But the backstory so far is we have some evil scientists that want to do tests on butterflies and have put them in glass boxes. Okay. And your job is to actually free said butterflies from glass boxes that fall down from the screen in a similar way to how Tetris blocks fall down. But these are not shaped like Tetris blocks. These are just individual blocks that have different butterflies in. So far we have 2, but we have the option to have up to 73 different types. But as the blocks fall, it's a match 3 type game. Match 3 for however many. And so we don't want too many different types in there. Otherwise it's going to be too difficult to get a match. So that's one of the things we're going to be looking at today, possibly how many different types of butterfly we're going to have. But for testing purposes, we have 2 so that we can get the match working. The match mechanic is working. What's not working for right now, and I'm still trying to figure out why, is that when blocks break underneath existing blocks, they're not falling down the screen. So that's one of the things that I need to take a look at. I know why it's doing it. I just need to figure out the best way to fix it. It's because when the blocks land, I turn off the using gravity and enable the is kinematic just for other parts of the game. And it's not turning those back on when a block disappears from underneath because it already says, okay, I've already landed. Why do you want to do anything else with me? So that's one of the things we're looking at. What I also did off stream is when the box breaks, you'll see a 2D butterfly on the front, which is just a sprite of the 3D models. So the box breaks, shatters, a 3D version of the butterfly that was on the front of the box then comes out and then flies around to a couple of these flowers and then disappears. That also needs some extra work because what it's supposed to do when they've been to a couple of flowers, they're supposed to fly off the screen. But what they're doing is they're flying to a couple of flowers, flying to the middle of the screen and then disappearing, which is not what I wanted. Can we play the game so I get what's happening while talking? I mean, I can definitely hit play and show you. I just wanted to do a quick bit of background there so you can be aware of what's going on and not go, well, wait, that's not working. Why isn't that doing that? And why are they doing this? So this is the play space currently. Here are your blocks that fall down. Now, there's also a player block, which isn't enabled currently. And the player block allows you to shove the other blocks left and right. So we should get a match 3 on this one. Okay, so they break, and then the 3 butterflies take off. Go to the flowers, couple of flowers, and they're supposed to fly off the screen, but they fly to the middle of the screen and disappear for some reason. I need to check out the location is. But the plan is eventually it's going to look gorgeous because there's going to be lots of different boxes breaking open, releasing lots of different butterflies, and then there's going to be pretty much butterflies flying all over the screen while you play. So that's the idea. It looks like sometimes the blocks continue to fall when they've made a match, but other times not. So, they're the best. As any game dev will tell you, they're the best type of issues. Ones that are inconsistent, that you can't replicate all the time. So that's where we're at currently. I do have a player that is currently disabled, block player. So if we enable the block player and hit play, so the idea is it'll be a white cube that you see. It'll have a face on it to show you that's the human. It'll have a left and right arrow on it to show you that you can move. There we go. And then you go slower than the blocks. And if you wanted to, say, push that orange butterfly over to the next lane, just shove it like that. So you can actually move butterflies across to different columns so that then you can make a better match. If you look down and say, hey, look, there's 2 blocks there, and this block that's falling down, I can make a match 3 if I shove it over one column, and you can do that. But, again, a work in progress with the player. When the player gets to the bottom at the moment, they just kind of sit there. We need to find some way that they're going to go back up to the top and continue. I was about to ask, is that randomized, or I can have my input? Let's see now. We go. Have to head out now. Have a great rest of your stream. Moonies, have a fantastic rest of your Monday. And thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate it. Mostly lurk on Moonies' stream. Usually because I'm heading out the door to go and do something. Or, I don't show up because I'm in bed. It's difficult to join people's streams when I'm in bed. But definitely get over to Moonies' stream. Drop him a follow. In fact, you don't even have to go to his stream to drop him a follow. Just click on his name. And there'll be a little thing there. A heart icon, and if it's not filled in like it is on mine, just click on it and it drops him a follow. It's that easy. All right. So what we're doing, I have an asset that I load in. Yeah, these errors are supposed to have coded around these errors, but I guess that needs some more work as well. I have an asset that allows me to take the 3D models and then convert them to 2D sprites so we can put them on the boxes. What happens when the player block reaches the bottom? Well, Max Speedy, firstly, welcome on in. Always good to see you. Max Speedy and his twin brother Tubby Crumbles are also participating in the jam. Yeah, I have no idea what kind of game they're working on. However, in answer to your question, Max Speedy, I have no idea. What happens when the player block reaches the bottom? At the moment, it just sits there and does nothing. I need to hopefully come up with some way. I mean, at the very least, especially if I'm on a time crunch at the end, it's just going to recycle. It'll just appear back at the top again in a different, either a random column or just in the middle, and then yeah, it'll just keep looping around. But the game does get faster, or it will do when it's finished. So while there won't be levels as such, it will be like one continuous level. Things will get faster. So eventually, if a block comes down on top of the player, because there can be blocks that come down the same column that the player is in. If a block comes down and hits the player on top, it's game over. And then there might be other ways of having a game over. Maybe I'll make it so that if the player is too close to boxes when they explode, maybe that can be a game over. I don't know. I haven't fully thought through the conditions yet where the game will be over. I did add a basic score at the top corner, and the score increases currently by 100 multiplied by how many blocks you match. So you get a match 3, you get 300. Match 4, you guessed it, 400. You are such a good streamer. Irad, welcome on in. Why do you say stuff like that? Don't do compliments. Could I make a suggestion? That depends. That depends really. Actually, yeah. So if you make a suggestion, I don't think that adds you to my team, and I don't think that's going to push me over the maximum of 4 people on a team. So, yes, please, I'm all eyes. I can't really be all ears because it's a chat, but if ever anybody could make a suggestion to how this could be better, it would be one of the West brothers. So go for it, Max Speedy. Such a great bit. Dukasoft, you're such a tease. If you kept the player block stationary but moved it down, if a block lands on it, then the player has to dodge falling blocks. If you get pushed to the bottom of the screen, then the game is over. You could then also have pickups which raise you up the screen again. You kept the player block stationary but moved it down if a block lands on it. So you're saying no gravity, just have the player block in the center. Where is the player block? Let's see it. Staring me in the face. All right, so block player. So we have it at, say, so it like starts in the middle like that, and then on the rigid body we don't have any gravity. Susie, welcome on in. Sorry I missed your stream at the weekend. Things got a bit crazy. So you're saying no gravity, and then when you hit play, pretty much just stay in the middle, and you can just move left and right like a kind of rotated Pong game, and then just keep out of the way of blocks so they don't push you down. So here's, as a follow-up question, if say for example, you're saying if this one hits me now, obviously it's going to push me down like this, but then once it's pushing me down, can I then get out of the way? Moved it down. If the block lands on it, then the player has to dodge falling blocks. If you get pushed to the bottom, then the game is over. Okay, so yeah, so you're saying, okay, I go under this, it starts moving me down, but I can get out of the way again, and then under this one, no, I don't want to be pushed, get out of the way. I can only move left and right, and then, now what do you call in the bottom of the screen? Because the bottom is obviously going to change, isn't it, based on, so are you saying if I get pushed into another block, like that, and if you line up more than 3 or 4, then you get a power released. Yeah, so then really it becomes a case of you having no control whatsoever over the match 3 blocks. They fall randomly, they'll land wherever they land, and then, you know, it'll either make a 3 or a 4, and there'll be no, the skill involved in your game of trying not to get pushed to the bottom, but not informing any of the match 3s or match 4s. Still push them left and right like you had. Okay, so we're pretty much, so instead of when a block hits you, you die, if a block hits you, it pushes you down, you can still push the blocks left and right as they are now. Yeah, I like that idea. All right, let me just make a note. Pickups. So kind of like a bit like Arkanoid, where if you do so much, you get like a power up that appears, and then get it. I like that. You see, this is why I love having legends in the chat, because they're like, yeah, that's good, but what if you did this? And like in like at 30 seconds, my game is like 50 times better if I can implement these ideas. So Thank you, Max Speedy. That's much appreciated. Just take a note of those. Because sadly this week I am very busy. And so sadly I mostly won't be streaming. But you know, on the plus side, a lot of the jam game that I'm working on, I can hopefully get a lot of things implemented during the week. So appreciate that. Thank you, Max Speedy. Great suggestions. Let me see what else I missed in chat. Scroll. All ice and beers. Mini croissants with pistachio cream. Ooh. Of course, Susie comes in with the Westlife straight away. Dukesoft, loving it. Hello all, yes, stream was good fun. I hope everyone is well, and yourself. Yeah, I'm okay. It was a bit, lots of stuff going on at the weekend. In fact, lots of stuff going on all week, which is why I'm only streaming today, Friday and Saturday this week. Usually if I miss my Wednesday stream, I can push it to either the day before or the day after, but so much stuff going on. So, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, if you get squidged. Yeah. Okay. I think I can do that. Yes. I want to give it a try. Dukesoft broke the calendar. Okay, I see that. Yes, but it's got colder today. Had my granddaughter all day, and she just left, and she's worn me out. Well, then you just sit down, grab a nice hot cup of tea, Susie, and you just chill, okay? You know, it's always crazy time around here. There's not gonna be anything too intense that you have to use any brain power for. Certainly not me, anyway. Yeah, it's freezing. Went to work, had to put on my raincoat, even though it wasn't raining. So you have a raincoat that you wear just when it's cold, not necessarily when there's rain. Okay. I agree. Dukesoft only 17 today. Was promised thunderstorm though. Yeah, so as we said earlier, I've updated the weather command, but I think it might need some more work because we tried a couple of places in Belgium, or Cutie Kitty did, and then it wasn't until we actually tried to get the weather for Belgium as a whole, then it came back and said, hey, here's the weather in Brussels. So yeah, but Susie, if you remember on the last stream, you said, oh, I'm going to put in weather London, and it didn't do anything because it just pulled in my weather. But now look, we have weather for London. There you go. Ooh, thunder, nice. I was just saying last week that we should be due a thunderstorm because I really enjoy thunderstorms. I don't like it when there's hail that comes with it and it damages my car, but if there's no hail, I do like thunderstorms. Ooh, me no likey the rain. It's been lovely and sunny here, but it was 24 on Friday and 6 this morning. Yeah, that's the only thing, isn't it? It's like weather seems to be all over the place sometimes. Here in spirit. Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, you know, some people lurk in my stream and I don't even know they've been here. They just kind of sit in the background, hopefully enjoy the content, even if it's just listening to it. There's no place called Or Not, Dukesoft, I'm sorry. No. Amsterdam. Did Amsterdam work? Probably not. Not even Amsterdam. See, Cutie's really giving it her best shot. Try and get this working. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 25 down to 6 is pretty brutal. Yeah. Should uninstall weather and set it to default 25C. No. Don't think I'm going to do that. I am upgrading over the next few days while I'm not streaming to the newest version of StreamerBot, so might even have some more fun shenanigans or some upgrade stories when I return on Friday. I guess it doesn't like that one either. The grunge. Oh, Hellersdorf. There we go. Close. What about the lovely town name in Texas? Can we get the weather for that? Let's have a look. Dong Ding. That's not quite what I was going for, but yeah, I'm just going to rename the command to Weather Roulette. Because, you know, it doesn't matter what you put in. You may or may not get something at all. And if you do, it might be close, possibly. But, yeah, Bit Game is Man Cave. That actually took some coding around, because originally I just had, like, the weather command that did nothing, but in the back end it sent my town through to the API. And I was like, hang on a minute, how am I gonna even do that so I can show my weather now without doxing myself? And in the end, I'm like, nobody needs to know my weather anyway, so it's fine. I'm just not going to bother. Anyway, I did see an IRAD drive-by earlier, and through a comment in chat. So let's give a shout out for IRAD. Yeah, so I went on to IRAD, aka Dario's stream the other day, and he has a redemption where you can change certain colours of certain things. And I pretty much made him a silhouette for a few minutes. It was quite funny. It made me chuckle. Yeah, so when I say I've updated the weather app, I guess it doesn't need breaking, Susie. It's already broken. I'm going to need to look later why all of these lovely places people are trying to get weather for, it doesn't actually bring anything in. I'm afraid to actually click on StreamerBot right now because that's what made it close out earlier. And yeah, I wasn't impressed. No. So there we go. That's the point we're up to at the moment. I've had some updates suggested, which are excellent suggestions from Max Speedy. About getting those implemented this week before the jam ends. That's where we are for right now. Make me one with everything. Very nice. Thank you, Digsoft, for that redemption. I thought I was going to have to put a message up today saying, oh, no redemptions, no commands, because it's a bit balked. But in fact, as long as I don't click on it once it's opened, and it is holding its own. So yeah, we'll see how things go. All right, what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to change the pitch. I'm going to have a random pitch on that breaking sound, because that breaking sound just over and over just goes right through you. So I got fired from a florist. Apparently I took too many leaves. Yeah. See, I always forget how to get Seri to respond like that, Dukasoft. When I'm in other chats and I'm modding, I'm like, I always put @SeriBot and I tag it, and then I put goodbot, and it's like, doesn't reply, and I'm like, I'll see how it is. You talk to Dukasoft on my stream, but when I'm in other people's streams, and when I'm in other people's streams and modding, it doesn't like me. So. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going. What?
Things to do as a developer. Cry, absolutely. Cry again.
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly on so far. Drink coffee. Think about life, working. Oh, and you forgot about a couple of cry moments in between as well. It's there, unfortunately, as well.
I think, to be fair, Anna, you were underselling the crying there. The amount of crying, not just crying on stream, but the amount of bawling rolled up in the fetal position like a baby in the corner of the room when, you know, you've spent like a whole day trying to implement something and you still haven't quite nailed it. Yeah, I'm absolutely with you there. How are you doing, Anna? Always good to see you. I always appreciate the raids. Thank you so much. What were you doing today? What were you getting up to? Do tell me all the stuff. Max Wattage, welcome on in. Yes, do spill the tea. Tell me what was happening. Yep, that is a good one. I mean, it's definitely up there. Anna has to have a coffee. Yep, we've got our resident coffee expert here in the guise of Sir Grunge. Crying, can relate. Yeah. Oh yeah, like me last week, trying to fix a bug for hours and hours, and then it took one off by one index. So I tell you, one of my biggest horror stories, and I'm almost afraid to admit it, is I spent a whole stream once trying to fix a positional issue in Unity, and I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. And I was sending like debug messages and things to the console to try and see why the position wasn't matching. It finally turned out I should have had local position selected instead of position. So it was because I had a child object under a parent that was messing up the. Shouldn't have been looking for a world space position. It should have been a local space. But yeah, I don't admit that one too often, but that almost had me crying in the corner. Yeah, Dukasoff makes sure I cry daily from laughter. That's good. That's the best medicine, right? I was fixing my markdown parser, so I now support footnotes. Oh, very nice. Yes, I do. Me likey. So if you're not already following Anna like I am, then go ahead. If you missed it at the top of chat when there was the little heart there, just click on Anna's name and then click on the heart. And next thing you know, you'll be getting a notification either in the Twitch app or an email saying, hey, you know that fantastic dev that raided Bit Gaming the other day? They're streaming now. Go and drop them a follow. You've already dropped them a follow. Go and watch their stream because they're amazing. And also, Anna's stream has a lot of ducks too. We have a lot of ducks here, so this is too sweet. No, you. There we go. Uno card right in the face, right in the smacker. Yeah, all the ducks in my stream. Yeah, we do like the ducks here. Maybe we need a duck redemption. I have actually got a new emote, which reminds me, a little bit of a segue there, which I'm going to gigantify. And in fact, let's see if anybody, without looking at the description of it, can identify where this emote is from. Are you ready? First one in chat to say it gets bragging rights. I don't have any prizes or anything. There we go. Where's that guy from? You can even make Anna quack on stream. Yes, there's a redemption. And also, if you save up enough points, which I'm trying to do, you can make Anna wear a onesie. Remember that one stream I had? That one campaign I ran where I wore a Sonic the Hedgehog onesie? Yeah, that was a one-off. But on a regular basis, if you got enough points, you can make Anna bust out the onesie. Ducky costume, if you will. I did. Yeah. Duke Nukem. No, not Duke Nukem. Although, if we have any new subscribers, I do have a Duke Nukem animation. It was close, though. I was going to say Doom, but whatever. This is getting too much. Doom guy. No, you see, everybody's saying Doom. It is not, in fact. It is the guy... BJ, I believe is his short form, from Wolfenstein 3D. There, look, I just came in and said it just as Anna pipped me at the post. Yeah, Wolfenstein, Wolf guy. Yeah, so one of the earliest games I played, I guess first-person shooters, was Wolfenstein 3D, and I absolutely loved it. And I remember there was this face in the UI at the bottom of the screen, and it started off looking like this. I think that emote is the original face, and then as you take more damage, the face gets more kind of attacked and bleeding, and yeah, it's in its later stages. It's a little bit gruesome, but very wholesome for the starting face. So I thought, I need some more static emotes. I need some new ones because animated ones are getting updated fairly frequently. And yeah, I thought, let me get a static one in there. And yeah, oh, you denied that, Dukasoff. You could have let it through, really, but thank you. Yes, BJ Blazkowicz. Yeah. I remember when I looked him up to see what the name was, I thought, I'm never going to remember that name, so BJ was simpler. Eventually, he kind of looks like all of us. I mean, minus the blood, hopefully, but yeah. Are you trying to say that I've got a beat-up face, Sigrund? Is that where we're going? Possibly? Pew pew. Thought Duke Nukem first as well, but it didn't fit. All right, I'm going to refill my coffee cup, throw these dogs outside. I'll be right back. Have some fun fishing and dropping. I'm sorry, we can't listen to Westlife without we've gotta have the lighter. TN, not the dogs again. I thought I put them outside. Oh wait, it's Dukesoft. Thank you, Dukesoft, for those blurt biddies, and thank you, TN, for the combo biddies. I do like the combo system. Allows people to to come together as a community and throw stuff in my face. How you doing, TN? I thought that was a fantastic stream. I'm going to say last night because this week's been a bit of a blur already. So, yeah, TN found like an old track that he had and resurrected it and was like recording some new vocals, and it sounded fantastic. You know, mostly I've just heard Toward Night doing freestyle rapping, which is kind of what he does amazingly. I don't think I'd actually heard him doing like singing before, and that was amazing. You should absolutely, definitely. It's such a sappy song, and I loved every minute of it. Okay, if you want to call me sappy gamey or a bit sappy, do it. Okay, your presence inspired me. I keep busting out the Uno card today. Tell you what. All right, so what would be nice is if somebody clipped it. I didn't create any clips on TN stream last time, so let's see what clip we can get. As we know, TN has the most wholesome clips on the platform, so Harry, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees. Look at that.
It's really difficult fucking streaming as a shark. I don't know if any.
That is
probably
quite
why
a
we don't see a
costume.
lot of sharks streaming. If you've ever wondered why there's like a shortage of streaming sharks, I could tell you first fin that it's not easy.
How? You got to tell me the story, TN. How did you end up in a shark costume?
Hard shark's life.
It's a hard shark's life. How did you end up in a shark costume, TN? That is an amazing clip. I do too, except I can never see the combo overlays on my side when I'm live. Well, I was saying this. I was saying this to Berlin on the last stream. Somebody did them, and I actually saw all the horses down the stream chat window in OBS. Usually, you can't see them unless you're actually watching the stream in a browser or on the mobile device. But Berlin said as of about a week ago, maybe longer, they changed it so you can see them in OBS. I don't know how they did that, but I didn't actually see anything for that time, so I don't know. Seems to be a bit hit and miss, as a lot of things are. How does that work? How does the combo system work? Was that the question, Susie? Bit sappy and towards sap. There we go. I feel like we should double up, have a double act streaming channel. Bit Westy. No, I don't want to tie myself in with Westlife, but thank you, Dukesoft. I know many people would. I don't think there's a lot on the burb cam at the moment. It's a bit quiet. Did you actually see a bird up there? Is that a bird? It's hard to see sometimes. Yes, there is a tiny bird up there, Harry. I hope you saw it. Or was there a big shark in the way? Should I do another one? Let's see. What's the cooldown that we have on the burb cam? Okay, well, we can do it again now. There we go. Hopefully it won't get blocked out by a... You're welcome, Sir Attenborough. Yeah, just in the shadows, just above the feeder for the hummingbirds, there's a little tiny bird you can just about probably see on the right. But why? But I get Uptown Girl, I get Billy Joel. Why was there a barking dog next to it? What happened there? Wait, why? Why the? Thank you for those blurb biddies, Susie. I appreciate that. I don't. That's confused me. I get there was a barking dog when there was a barking dog sound effect. Why was there a barking dog graphic for Uptown Girl? I don't know. Anyway, nice shark indeed. Yes, you see, there's no telling when TN opens up his closet what you'll actually find in there. Sometimes he goes to Narnia, I've heard. But, I can neither confirm nor deny how truthful that is. Community reward for helping with a tip goal. Oh, nice. Yeah, I feel like I should do more of those. Like I say, I've only really done that one that had me putting on a Sonic the Hedgehog onesie. I know that Berlin has them all the time on science streams. He has like 3 campaigns running at one time for people to throw their points at. Yeah, maybe I need to take a screenshot of TN's message. See, TN's presence inspiring me again. Maybe I need to look at some community challenges, especially for my upcoming 1,000 follower celebration stream week starting October the 6th. So what I thought was, I actually have... Is anybody interested in what the flyer might look like? It's a work in progress, and so I'm reluctant to show it off too much, but I feel like if I do a quick save of it and export it as ping, we call it early flyer, possibly, and put it in downloads. And then see if I can actually open it, possibly in the browser. Downloads, early flyer. All right. Okay, I'm going to show you. I will firstly point out that if I have any weaknesses, it is art. Okay, I can draw a stick man and someone will go, "Oh, look at that cute elephant." I just cannot do art. Okay, that's why when I create games, I have a very limited knowledge of Blender, the 3D modeling software, and I can go in there and do the basics, but I don't. Try and steer clear. I just leave it to the experts, and I usually get assets from asset stores. So everything you'll see in this game, I didn't create the butterflies, I didn't create the blocks, I didn't create the wood that goes around the frame, I didn't create the flowers, I didn't even create the skybox. So I can put all these things together, but I can't really create them from scratch. 39 sleeps till scares, Susie. David Attenborough is also the voice for Winnie the Pooh. Ah, I'm guessing not in the latest movie, because what was that called? Honey and something? It's a horror movie, isn't it? A Westlife blurb. No idea. The Uptown Girl has a dog. The same dog apparently, which if you just have barking, I don't know. All right, so we have to bear in mind when we look at this, okay, and if you are an artist or if you are good at creating flyers and stuff, feel free to look away for a few minutes, okay? Because yeah, it needs some work. This is how it looks so far. Show browser. Okay, so we have my nice little logo in the middle. It's from October the 6th to October the 10th. It's the 1,000+ followers celebration week. We're going to have the Katamari Damacy playthrough. We're going to build this Lego mask. We're going to set up this LED sign so that viewers can use a redemption to show a scrolling message. Purchase a Steam page. We're going to do that, see what's involved in that. We're going to create a Twitch logo sign from scratch. So I have this LED strip right here. Okay. When I plug it in right now, will I blow anything up? Will the whole stream stop working? So I have these, okay? This nice LED strip with the pinky purpley Twitch color. We're going to take that, and I have a big black foam board that we're going to try and make a sign on. It's probably going to look terrible. We'll probably get to the end of it and be like, you know, this is like those things you see where they say, this is how it looked on Pinterest, and this is how it looked when I tried to do it, and it looks nothing like. So, yeah. Anyway, do you know what? When I've finished it, if it looks nothing like, at least it'll be my own creation, right? It'll be something that I've created, and I should probably be proud of. Will I be proud of it? I don't know. We'll have to see at the end. But it's going to involve a backing board, me punching holes in the backing board so I can feed the LED strip through it. And yeah, we'll have to see. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, so this is the flyer as it stands at the moment, and at the bottom, this is actually over the 3 years how many followers I had. So this is when it gets to 1,000 up here. This is when I started, when it wasn't 1,000, but you know, I jokingly said that I wouldn't start streaming until I had 50 followers, because that was the threshold for getting affiliate then. And I think I had, like, well, as you can see here, I think this first thing says 100. No, it must be 200 actually. Anyway, I know when I first started streaming, I had more followers than I probably deserved, because nobody had any basis for knowing whether my streams would be any good. They were just very kind people that blindly followed without knowing whether I would even be able to do this streaming thing. And I didn't even know if I'd be able to do this streaming thing, because nobody hates being in front of the camera probably more than yours truly. So I looked at options like no camera whatsoever. I looked at options like VTubing, PNG tubing, and said, you know what? I have this webcam already. Let's just give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I can just turn it off, and then we'll look at other options. So, yeah. Oh, it's only going up. Time to invest. There you go. But, you know, I feel like since you have the founder badge, Dukasoft, you may have been an early investor. I see that little first icon next to your name. Little emote. I see it right there. So yeah, this is probably not going to go and undergo many more changes other than Twitch logo. This thing here needs a little picture. So I'm probably going to move this down to here and then have a picture with it. And then probably take this bit here where it says also and has the different things and move it down into bottom corner down here. Yeah, there we go. You saw it here first. Hopefully see it on socials tomorrow or the day after. All right, so for all you lovely Unity developers, be right back making John a cuppa. All right, Susie, appreciate the lurk, the burb, you being here. This asset went free recently. As most people know, I have a Discord server that has everything you could ever want as a game dev. It has fonts, deals on fonts that go free, assets from all the engines that used to cost money but developers made free but nobody knew about, Humble Bundle sales. There's a really good one coming up Tuesday or Wednesday this week. Yeah. And I'm also trying to grow. I'm at, I think, just over 700 members at the moment. So if you want to get in on the action, definitely jump on over there. I know everybody's like, oh, join my Discord server, join my Discord server. But as a game developer, you'll definitely find something on my Discord server that you'll be glad you did. All right. Hello back from Hubs. Yay! John Boy, when are we seeing him next? Was he? You'll probably see. I'm going to say, oh, it's been too long since we've seen you guys. When are we going to see John again on stream? And then you'll be like, actually, he was on the last stream. But you know, since you couldn't even be bothered to show up to the stream, you didn't see him. So yeah, thanks for all your support, Bit Gamey. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. So yeah, hi back at John. I hope he's doing well. He was on the last stream. See, Dukasoft knows, because Dukasoft is your newest groupie. I mean, newest follower. Or favourite follower, or something like that. With goatee, even. I did see the picture, and I did see Dukasoft's punny message. I did see that. Because talking of Discord servers, Duo Beats have a Discord server too. Where, you know, you can find out about when they go live. You can have chit-chats about Netflix and movies and shows and stuff. Speaking of which, so many segues today. I just started watching Untamed. I don't know if anybody's watching that or watched it already. Untamed, I think there's probably 6 episodes. About somebody that ends up falling off a cliff in the forest. cheery, right? Yeah, so I'm a couple of episodes in on that. But yeah, if you watch stuff like that, or you just finished watching something and thought it was great, you can actually jump on the Duo Beats Discord server and have a good old chit chat about it. We watched The Unforgivable, and that was good. Yes, wasn't that recommended by your daughter? I seem to remember. I haven't watched it yet. It is on my list, but then I did read what it was about, and I'm like, do I really want to watch that? I don't know. I'll see. I might watch a trailer and see if I want to watch it after that, but just based on the verbiage, I don't know if that's going to be my kind of thing. Double goatee, absolutely. Untamed, I'll write that one down as looking for winter ones, as we will hibernate soon. And I can't remember what the actor's name is, who's the main lead in Untamed, but he does look a little bit like Pedro Pascal. Yeah, this guy here. Eric Bana. Didn't he play the Hulk? I believe he played the Hulk in one of the movies. Limited drama series about a federal agent investigating a murder in the wilderness of Yosemite National Park. Features a rugged landscape. I mean, it's beautiful, the scenery. I mean, I wouldn't say watch it just for that, but my wife and I thought it was a great standalone mystery thriller without the need of additional dots. Okay. No, it's got weird daytime soap opera vibes. Very mediocre. No, it's not. You're talking rubbish. Based on the couple of episodes I am into it so far, I'm enjoying it. Yes, it's very good and well worth a watch. Go for it. See? I'm assuming that it's on UK Netflix as well. I know they have different menu of options, don't they? They don't always have the same titles, but hopefully you can find it. We also watched Thursday Murder Club. That's on my list. Yeah, that's on my list as well. It looks like it's got a pretty good cast. It was okay. John liked it more than me, I think. Did you ever watch the because Pierce Brosnan and Helen Mirren, Dame Helen Mirren, is it? They were both in that, weren't they? And I saw them recently in the oh no, she's English. I was looking for the show that she was in. Mobland. Have you seen Mobland, Susie? John would like that, I feel. You'd probably both like it, but I think John would like Mobland. It's Pierce Brosnan and Helen Mirren pairing up again. I mean, if you can overlook the accents, which weren't fantastic, but that was very disappointing acting, very poor. Really, Tubby? Me and you are usually on the same page. I'm surprised. I didn't think the acting was terrible. It was just the accents that threw me. It took me a good few episodes to get into it and to kind of try and ignore the fact that people that weren't Irish were trying to do Irish accents. What I think would have worked out better is if they actually got, I don't know, Irish actors instead of British actors to, or English actors to do the acting. I think that would have been better. And I think it probably would have worked better not having such famous actors in it. But I thought it was all right. I enjoyed it. Oh, you already seen it, Susie? Okay, never mind. Moving on then. What was the other thing I watched recently? Betal. I think I mentioned this on another stream. If you like your zombies. Oh, this was okay. And it wasn't many episodes. Ignore the fact it got 1 star on here. Translation Demon. Indian zombie horror TV series. I was referring to Thursday, not Moblands. Oh. See, this is me trying to keep up with chat and failing miserably. I mean, the only thing, like I say, I didn't like about Mobland was the accent. Dukasoft, do you just want me to stop talking now so that you can't? Little Debbie Star Crunch for dessert. Tally ho. Tatum, welcome back. That sounds like another delicious lunch. There's nothing there that I wouldn't eat. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of that, or, you know, I would eat it, but that wouldn't be my favourite. That actually sounds like a lunch I would have for myself. I feel like I'm going to do another shout out for Tatum. I know we did one already, but I really want to see the one where he whistles at the swimmers if we can, possibly. Oh, it's not this one.
There we go. Got it out. All right, here we go. Little guy going back.
Little guy? Man, I'd be happy with a... I'd say that was a big boy if I caught that one. This is from somebody that's never been fishing, of course, but...
Later, buddy.
Go fish. Hey, look, threw it back, and then there was a splush in the fishing game. Well, thank you for having some amazing fun streams. If you don't know Tatum, I won't talk about his balls because I'll let Balint do that, but Tatum has some great Etch-a-Sketch streams. What I'm still waiting on, and he's almost as big a tease as Dukasoft is, he's promised us a stream where he'll show you how, once you've used an Etch-a-Sketch and you've created a masterpiece, how you can preserve it so that you don't accidentally tip it upside down and lose everything. But yeah, we haven't had that yet. Wait, now I want to hear more. More about Tatum streams. Yeah, also does like peach carving and art stuff, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I think because Tatum does so many different things, when people say, "Oh, I'm a variety streamer," go and watch Tatum, then you'll see what variety is. Okay, and we're just having a lovely delivery from Amazon, which is why the dogs are going bananas, and the driver's giving the dogs evil stares as he walks up the steps. I'll take his little picture. He vanishes. He's taking his sweet time, but let's see, if we do the burb cam, we can even spy on. I mean, we can even see the driver possibly. You're welcome. Oh no, it's just his van is just off camera. You'll see it in a minute. If he drives off straight away, he's just getting back in now. Because, you know, I know none of you have seen a white van before, so it's going to be exciting. Get ready. Here he goes. Any minute. There he is. Bye. There we are. Yes, I opted for a PlayStation shirt today. I thought, let's put something on which is game related. Because, you know, not just a game dev stream, but we're game jamming possibly. Bit teasy. Yeah. Big tease. I mean, there's even a tease command in chat. I think we all know who that's for, don't we? It's actually been a while since anybody won that one. I don't know. I mean, it's on a randomizer, so it's definitely random, but it's been a while. It's recycling day, apparently. No, that's actually the blue cans. That means it's trash day. Recycling is the green cans. What about being squashed?
Oh, okay, so Dukesov can squash me. This is Balint's favourite redemption on here. Not just because he likes my squeaky voice.
Alright. Random rigged. Yes, it's rigged randomly. That's what I meant, really. Alright. Another coffee den hatch. Okay, so yeah, let's close this out. But Betal, if you do like zombie shows, not a big buy-in. I think there's only 6 episodes. Or maybe only 4 episodes. Oh, that was a good watch. Oh no, Dukasov, sorry. You lost. Yeah. Maybe next time. Alright, so as I was saying, on my Discord server, there are free assets or assets gone free. This, yesterday, was $35. You could have paid 35 smackaroonies and got this gorgeous asset with all this lovely vegetation in. And look, each one of these dots, these grey dots here, represents another screenful. Is it 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Another 8 pieces of media for you to look at and see the gloriousness. Look, isn't it beautiful? $35. Honestly, since I got this asset, I'm not using much else. I mean, I don't know what kind of variety of projects you're working on, but anyway. Yes, $35. But the developer decided to make it free, at least today. It might go back to $35 tomorrow. So if you wanted to get it and add it to your collection, there's the link in chat. And it can be yours for free. All right. That was the only one that went free recently. This is the latest Unity asset sale. What are they actually calling this one? Fresh Assets Fall Edition. Okay, so 50% off, hundreds of assets, 309 to be precise. And if we sort them by price, low to high, the cheapest one comes in at just a mere $2.50. Look. Now, granted, Jason Booth is the publisher of the week, so all of his assets are half price anyway for 7 days. But what stood out for me, and I posted in my Unity sale highlights channel on Discord, is this one here. This I'm gonna call it a hidden gem, but it's not really that hidden, is it? If it's in the sale and it's one of the cheaper assets. This is a pretty good one. I might just buy this. You know, sometimes I just buy assets. It's like I don't buy assets all the time because I need them. I don't buy them because they're in a sale, and you know, at some point in the future I might need them. But look at this. Look at the variety. Characters. And, you know, trying to get assets matching is always a challenge when you buy assets from different developers. But look, they all match. All the styles match. Got different outfits. I mean, granted, they don't have noses. And if you remember, early Cinti Studio models didn't have noses. There was quite a big revelation when Cinti suddenly decided they were going to add noses to the characters. I don't know what it is about noses. I don't know why it's difficult to stick a nose on a low poly model, but apparently it is. So, if you want these, which, you know, have Voldemort noses, or lack of, I think this is a great pack. I think it's a great pack at $10. For $5, it's a steal, right? Go follow the awesome crab. Yes, awesome Captain Crabs. Sometimes does DJ streams, although I don't think I've seen one of those in a while. Mostly does game dev and gaming streams. And has a fantastic VTuber model. Everything is crab themed. And if you do go over and you watch Captain Crabs, let's do another shout. You should absolutely ask to see his hot tub. All I'm going to say. It's the Mighty Pooh.
All hail the mighty Pooh.
See, JD was talking about steaming piles earlier. That's what it's missing, really. There's no steam. But maybe this game is on Steam.
The Pooh seeks its followers. All hail the mighty Pooh. The Pooh Extreme. The mighty Pooh.
I mean, as far as they go, it doesn't get more mighty than that, does it? I want to tell you, DJ Krabby. No offense. Yeah, so Captain Crabs used to have a separate channel for streaming DJ stuff. I believe it's all amalgamated, consolidated, squished now into one fantastic stream. So go drop him a follow. I think you'll be surprised. You'll be like, well, I knew that he streamed, but I hadn't really watched a stream before. Go drop him a follow, watch the stream. You can use things like his tenderized crab redemption to smack him around the head. But then there's also a pat on the head redemption, so you can make him feel better. Yeah. And if you're lucky enough that he lets you into the private room where he does in fact have the hot tub, you'll be in for a real treat, is all I'm going to say. Actually, I have a separate account for live DJing still. Oh, okay. All right. Darren, how you doing? Welcome on in. I never know whether to pronounce it Darren or Darren. Which do you prefer? Because I figure that the HR in the middle means it's a softer. It's like Darren. So that's why I always pronounce it like that. But the last thing I want to do is butcher somebody's name. If you plan to use it, do share. Yeah, if you're still using the other account. So, but we probably can't get any clips on it, can we? Because if it's an official DJ registered stream, then Mr. Clancy does not like people having VODs and stuff anyway and clips because yeah, no clips. It doesn't look like DJ Krabs is a streamer or has any clips, so it's definitely the latter because we know, Captain Krabs just threw it in chat, so we know that he is a streamer. So my actual name is Darren, but I couldn't get that as a username, so I just tried to get a name as close to it. Okay, so now in future I'll know to pronounce it Darren instead of trying to be clever and fancy pants and go, oh, welcome in, Darren. Darren, got it. Okay. Well, good to see you, Darren. You swing by quite often. It's always nice to see you, so thanks for stopping by. Captain Krabs, wow, 1.5k followers. Susie, what are you trying to say? I'm trying to have a 1,000 follower celebration stream, and you're like, yeah, that's good. But have you seen Captain Krabs? He's got 1.5k. Yeah, thanks, Susie. Thanks for cheering me up. I always rely on Susie to turn my frown upside down. See how it is. It's fine. Yeah. That's one for making it fun. Right? See, I have this theory that Dukesoft, I think his real name is Duka Hard, but he couldn't get that, so he just kind of went the other end of the scale and got Dukesoft instead. No, sorry, Susie. Too little, too late. I'm sorry. No, that is not going to work. You can't go doing that. You can't go, hey, I'm gonna backwards give him a slap here and make him try even harder to try and get to 1.5. I'm just going to point out other streamers that have more followers. I get it. It's fine. I mean, Cam Krabs has been doing it a month or two longer than I have, so that's fine. It's all good. I honestly need to use it more often. I was going to say, when do you stream? Can you confirm this, Duca? The goal is Wednesday and Saturday, but nights my time, which is EST. Not really, but go for it. So, yeah, I'm thinking, let's have a look at the reviews for this. I know it's not, I'm supposed to be doing the jam game, and we've got 8 days and 6 hours and 19 minutes left according to the clock, so we need to hurry it up. And it never even really occurred to me that I might ever do medieval fantasy game. And I've never done a game with medieval fantasy characters. I have some of the Cinti packs because they came in bundles or they were like knocked down cheap in a sale at some point. I do like these. I do like how they look. I do like how they look enough that I might even just put my own noses on. And I don't mean just get a 3D cylinder in Blender or a capsule and just like stick it on the face. I mean like properly mold a proper nose to go on them. Because you could have like a male nose and a female nose, and I think you could just use those on all the models then, right? I'm a big fan of medieval. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what kind of game I would create. I guess that's the kind of thing I'd have to go down a rabbit hole and look at other medieval games that have been released and then see if I could add anything to that or come up with a novel idea that someone hasn't done before. EST, that's 5 hours behind BST, right? I could be in bed, but I'll keep an eye out. Yes, 5 hours. Yeah, 6 hours for me, 5 hours for you. Or no. I'm 6 hours behind you, Susie, and EST is 5 hours. I believe that's right. This actually seems like this could be like medieval music to go along with this asset. But anyway, yeah, I like these, and I don't know what type of game I could create, but I do like assets that inspire me, and this kind of inspires me to do work on a medieval game, even though I've never done one. I have no idea how it would look, but there are a bunch of characters. Let's have a look. NPC model pack. Commoner, blacksmith, cook. Look, different versions of them. Priest, nun, merchant, healer, noble, king and queen. 28 total hairstyles and facial hair, but no noses. Ready for animation, fully rigged. Right, any character you can imagine with no noses. That tickles me. Why? What? Maybe somebody that knows more about modeling than I do can explain why they didn't bother to just put a nose on. I mean, I like how the characters look. I know nothing about game dev or dev anything. I just like it here and Lee's like, aww. Susie, you're too kind. Creeping. See, I don't even think it's called creeping here, so I don't think anybody's going to know that you're just trying to get on my better side, having slapped me down so brutally and viciously earlier in the stream. But anyway, moving on. Can Lee let you play Westlife? Exactly. And Duca is a leg D. He is a leg D. Yeah. I often call him that. I say, Dukasoff, you're such a leg D. Can't spell today. It's funny that you can't spell because it means I get to poke fun. And yeah, obviously no malicious intent, just comedy value. Cyndi Lauper. Brutally. Yeah, I probably won't go for redemption with that. We're getting the Bitly the Kid back at some point, but probably not brutally. Something like Mortal Kombat, maybe. I'm rushing, not English. Ah. Puns at their finest. Yeah, so I'm kind of sort of tempted to dip my toe into this medieval pool, if you will. I'd absolutely buy more of these character packs on the same rig, especially anything sci-fi 3 days ago. So one review. Let's look, 32 meg, it's not a lot. Good. NPCs, base characters, base female, base male, and then prefabs. NPC. Blacksmith, commoner, cook, healer, merchant, noble, nun, queen, blacksmith. Oh, female blacksmith, male blacksmith. Yeah, so in total, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 male and 8 female versions. Then you can switch it up and do different stuff. Pre-posed, okay. Still character poses. Poly Split Games. 3 published assets. What else have they got? I recently learned that Cyndi Lauper sang the theme song for Pee-wee's Playhouse TV show. Did she really? I didn't know that. Tatum coming in with the facts. Factoid of the day. We've got Medieval Fantasy Heroes, Medieval Fantasy NPC Pack, and Medieval Fantasy Advanced Headwear. Okay. So, more hats, especially for the knights, I'm guessing, looking at that. This is the newest one. What's in this one? $25. People with weapons. I don't think I saw weapons in the other one. This is more a fighter's pack, isn't it? I guess why it's called Heroes. The fact it fits in with other low poly art stuff is a benefit, because you don't necessarily have to spend $25 on their Heroes pack. You could get Heroes in another pack. All right, so let's have a look. We're done looking at that one. Are we going to buy that? Are we going to add it to the car? I think so. I think we need to, because I'm going to get FOMO. I'll probably wait until the sale ends, and then I'll be like, oh, you know, I really wish I'd spent just $5 on that pack. In the future, if I decide to do a medieval game, it'd be nice to use something that's not all completely Cinti stuff. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen... I know everybody's like, oh, I don't want to sell my game and it looks like Cinti stuff. I don't think I've ever actually seen a published game that used Cinti Studios assets. I know they're out there, I just haven't seen any. So, it'd be nice if I did do something medieval. I possibly use that. So, is this on... I think it's because it's a new release, this is on sale, isn't it? It's not because it's part of the current sale. Oh no, it might actually be in the sale. When was it released then? It was released in April, so yeah, it's definitely not new release discount. So it's Europe only, not Burp or Haderp. They're built with modular parts, same with our previous Heroes pack. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have a think about that. I'll leave it in my basket. And then Unity always reminds you, they send you an email and say, hey, I think you forgot something, if you leave something in your basket and don't check out. So that'll be a reminder to possibly go get it. I don't know. We'll see. Those look cool. Yeah, they do cutie. I mean, for $5 as well, there's 8 male characters and 8 female characters. And yeah, they look like they've been modelled really well. This is from somebody that obviously doesn't do much 3D modelling at all. They look good to me. Okay. I'll close that out for now. So the Tetris screenshots I had open because, you know, it's one of the most famous, if not the most famous, falling block puzzle game. And I was curious how they did their UI. So what information they had on the screen, where it was placed, that kind of thing. So we look at this, we have a score, we have a level. Now, we're not going to have levels in... I keep wanting to say flutter blocks. Should we call it flutter blocks? Is that too much of a tongue twister? I don't know. I don't want another can you beat you moment for Berlin where he gets to poke fun at it. So... going on mute as need to make dinner. All right, Susie, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Dukesoft says thanks for all the Westlife fun and tracks. Salad tonight. I'll take the enjoy back then. Salad is good. I make some really good salads. Like ham salads, chicken salads. And also, if we go somewhere like the local chicken place where we buy a bunch of tenders or chicken fingers and then we don't eat them all, the next day, chop them up cold and chuck them in a salad. Delicious. Splash a Thousand Island dressing. There you go. Are you a salad dodger? Yeah, meat salad. I approve. There you go. There you go. I mean, I do have salads without meat in as well. You know, get your croutons in there, get your cranberries, get your tomatoes, get some shredded or grated cheese in there. I've had salad every day nearly for the past 6 months. Like on its own or as an accompaniment to something else. I remember a comedian once, John Panette, he had a sketch where he said that he doesn't eat salad. Salad is like a promissory note that good food will arrive soon. Bear, my favourite Bear made it today. How are you doing, Bear? You like started at some crazy time, didn't you? You did another stream. I got up this morning and I had an email that said, "Oh, Ice Bear went live," and I'm like, "What kind of time was that?" And then I went to check and you'd already finished. So, yeah, was it a test stream? Was it just because you felt like doing another stream? Because you knew you wouldn't be badgered by all my song requests when you streamed? Is that why? I don't know, but get a shout out for my favourite Bear. How dare you finish, right? I thought for sure that Bear was going to raid me today.
And my friend Laura. Fiona is just a random NPC. You should recognize Woody here, right, doll? I convinced him to come into your... No, I think he was with me when I raided.
Actually, this clip has inspired me.
Yeah. But he's been popping in. I'm glad to see that he's been coming in.
That clip has inspired me. You've inspired me, Bear, as you often do. I just need to send myself a quick email now to remind myself of said inspiration. Now, I don't know how many clips you have, Bear. If you don't have many and it's not too much trouble, would you see if you can find that clip for me and send me the link? That would be appreciated. Thank you. There was nobody to raid with, or I would have. I don't believe that for a minute. You're not already following Ice Bear, who has one of the best voices on Twitch. Does Unity Game Dev, does StreamerBot stuff. We had issues with StreamerBot today, Bear. First time really I've ever had issues like this. I started the stream. We had Moo, as we affectionately call him, came in and got first place, and we got the little animation of the transformer showing that he got first. And then I was like, wait, where's my music? I haven't got any music for the starting scene. So I jumped into StreamerBot and it wasn't there. Like, where's it gone? I opened it again, clicked into it, closed out. I'm like, this is not good. And I was already streaming at this point. So I said, sorry, I'm going to have to reboot. So I closed everything out, rebooted. I thought it's for sure going to work after that. Booted back up, opened up StreamerBot. It opened up, went to click on it, and it closed out again. I'm like, what is going on right now? So then I was torn. Do I just kind of like abort the stream for the day? I love that emote, Berlin. I gotta say, Wolfenstein 3D. I loved that game, and when that emote gets used, it that is the main character in the UI, BJ from Wolfenstein 3D. Gives me nostalgia vibes from playing that game when it was released many moons ago. So, yeah. It is in fact not Duke Nukem, as somebody guessed earlier. It is no character related to Doom. It is in fact BJ, and I can't remember the full name. JD put it in chat earlier, and yeah, it's not something I can remember. It looks so sus. I mean, it's kind of that sussy backer look, isn't it? It's kind of like, a bit like that. So yeah, I like it. So we did in fact lose the sick duck, I believe, static emote to put him in place. We don't have the duck with the band-aid on anymore, which nobody ever used anyway. So yeah, I'm trying to take out emotes that people don't use. and put in some new ones that they might, just so that, you know, I don't have 1,000 emotes, but I want emotes that people like and will use. See, Tatum knows what it's about. I'm hoping that means that Tatum likes it. So, how you doing, Berlin? Welcome back. Yeah, so I believe it was a Band-Aid on the duck, yeah. But we'll never know now because he's gone, probably for good. So yeah, we're not going to have levels in the game. Are we going to have lines? We're not going to have lines. What? I'm not muted. What are you trying to do to me? I'm not muted. I'm right here. I can see in the audio mixer. I'm right here. So I am here. I'm not muted. Okay. So, oh, good choice, Bear. We like that song. Woodier, the Scotsman, the Scottish finally being represented in gaming. Huh? Darren, what are we talking about right now? Did I miss a memo? Weird, it was just me. Apologies. That's okay. I mean, usually I can tell if I'm muted. I was muted earlier because when Lint's favourite bot crashed, it didn't automatically unmute me when I came out of the starting soon scene. So I'm going blah, 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 which, you know, I usually do. And I hadn't realised that I hadn't been unmuted. So I had to take care of that. I wasn't even trying to troll. You see, that's the thing, really. When people may or may not be known for trolling in the past, it's sometimes difficult to tell. But I appreciate if it wasn't trolling that you did tell me, because, you know, if you genuinely thought I was muted, then hence the muted command, so I can be told. Because on Ice Bear Bear's stream, for the longest time, he had the follower only mode enabled. Didn't realise that, not follower, subscriber. And because I was a subscriber, I didn't know. I didn't see any messages or anything. And it was only when Captain Crab said to me, "Hey, do you think that that Ice Bear Bear is actually subscriber only on purpose?" I said, "Well, let me find out." And it turned out he wasn't. So now he's put things into his stream. He's taken steps to make sure that it shouldn't happen in future. And if it does, that people can use a redemption to let him know, since they won't be able to actually chat. So I don't think we saw, not this story. I don't think that we have actually seen the Irish Heartthrob today, as far as a clip goes. So since we're doing the jam, it probably wouldn't be a bad thing, would it, to get his face up on the screen? Come on, Germ, where are you? Show your face.
Tanks, of course,
there he is.
Invented by Michelangelo himself. If you look at Michelangelo's Fifth Symphony and you scroll to page 533,
happens to us all. It does. So many more things happen as well.
That runs on elastic bands.
That's 4 days straight. Well,
in there, but these tanks,
you know,
aren't like
we didn't have to drop that bit in. We could have kept that between ourselves.
Tanks are. These tanks are actually what we nowadays call planes.
I mean, we've all done it. I mean, I could tell you a story about Balint, okay? This might make you feel better, okay? This is not to make Balint feel worse. This is to make you feel better. So Balint has a prediction most days on his stream. Not every day. Some days he doesn't, for reasons. But he has a prediction, and then depending on what the prediction relates to, a lot of the time it does relate to his YouTube shorts. So, you know, if you can be bothered, you know, if you're not lazy bones and you can actually go and take a look at his daily short, you can usually get the answer to the prediction. Okay. And then during the stream, he'll say, "Okay, let's watch the daily short." You know, it's fantastic marketing because it gets people interested, gets them following you on YouTube, gets them going over and watching your content and all that stuff. So it's definitely the way to do it. When you remember to close the prediction. You know, gets to the next day and you're like, there's no prediction today, and did you actually close out yesterday's? And then it didn't get closed. So as Balint says, we all do it. We're all done things like that. It all proves that we're human, okay? And these are live streams. So there it is. Better that 4 days curved. I predict Balint is amazing. I mean, that's the thing, though. It's not really a prediction, is it? Because that's something that we already know. Prediction is trying to guess something that's going to happen in the future. So what you're saying is that you predict Balint will get amazing, which I think that ship has already sailed. So, yeah. Yeah, you see? And when we do self-deprecation, even if it's the mods, they can get nuked as well. So there you go. You know, I tried to get rid of that animated emote one time. That rainbow vomiting duck I tried to get rid of. And Balint's like, you're not getting rid of that. I had it written into the friend contract. That duck has to stay. And not only that, I tried to get rid of the Sonic redemption. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's not really what I envisioned it as in my head. Maybe I'll just get rid of that. And he's like, you see down here where it's in my handwriting on our friend contract, our friendship contract, it actually says Sonic redemption stays. So I don't know how suddenly we get all these amendments to the contract in Balint's handwriting, but apparently I can't get rid of that either. So you love that emote too. Well, I guess it stays then. You can rid it. I just enjoy the emote. Please don't nerf Sonic. So the emote stays, and whose Sonic is that? That's not my Sonic. Coco. Okay. Do. Okay, so should we take a look at this game, possibly? This game that I've been working on for the past over a week, the Jern Jam. Yeah? Should we? Hang on a minute, why am I getting spammed from people? All right, I might actually take up this spam. I don't usually pay attention to spam, but this one. This one actually might be a job opportunity. But anyway, the end of my lunch break is here. Too bad I can't have a beer. I'm shoving off to work in the sun. If I were fishing, it would be more fun. Tatum, Pirate Tatum the Poet. You all have a great day. You have a great day too, Tatum. I hope the work is over pretty fast. It's nice that you can work in the sun. Unless it's like 90, 100 degrees, then it's not so much fun. But maybe it'll be finished soon. I doubt I'll still be streaming when you finish work, but always good to see you. And thank you very much. If you're not already following Tatum, do the thing. Drop him a follow. You can watch him yelling at swimmers as they swim by as he's trying to fish. It's great fun. You'll love it. Alrighty. Did we shout out Balint today? Well, we did, but I feel like I want to again because, oh, it's my stream, so I will.
Or you won't become like zombified like this guy.
Look at that. That's like the hot dogs you can drop on my head for 50 bits.
That are maybe at low levels in humans will become much more common. So like that we were trying to get at like what are the accuracies in the show, and what are like the kind of the stretches for that.
Last of Us and the Cordyceps virus.
Okay, so you're saying based on the way that.
Remind me who that is, Balint. It didn't say on screen. Usually you have like a little name or something, don't you, when you have people on? Guess so that when we watch clips like that, we can be like, oh look, that's such and such. But there wasn't a name on there, so I don't know. We shall find out. Someday soon, maybe. So, back to the UI. We already have a score. And just bear in mind, this is all placeholder stuff. Until we get some nicer UI in there, it's just positional at that point. As long as we can make it functional first, and then we can make it pretty. So we already have a score. Levels is just going to be the one level that gets faster, so that won't be relevant. Lines. So in Tetris, if you're not familiar, I would imagine most people are because it's one of the best-selling video games ever. In Tetris, the way that you bring the blocks further down is you have to make up a solid line of them. So if we look at this screenshot here, you can see there's a gap on the end, so that didn't make a solid line. There's other gaps here. And when you fill those gaps with the falling blocks and make a whole solid line, that's when it disappears and the blocks above drop down. So that's the way that Tetris works. So we don't actually work on that basis, so we don't have lines showing. Oh, how many days, Bear? $94. It's going to be here before we know it. And we did have somebody, I think, that wasn't Tatum redeem the Halloween one earlier. David's trying to
squash me. Oh, and he's worked. David's a winner. David, no, stop.
Thank you, David. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in on. Put these words in the right order. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for those blurb biddies. Ice Bear. Yeah, that sounded a bit like Duke Nukem. And yeah, when we get any new subscribers, we have a Duke Nukem animation. Hail to the king, baby. Or something like that, he says. But yeah, that's only when we get subs. What are you... Oh no! No! Ice Bear, wieners are against TOS! Stop! Stop it! Oh! I feel like if I do that a little bit too long, the big hot dog's gonna disappear, and I'm gonna be sat there going, nobody needs to see that. But thank you for those biddies, Ice Bear. Oh my goodness! I need to do some more things for those. I'm coming up with a short list. If anybody can think of what might be a good number of bits to do a certain type of thing, please let me know, and I'll see if I can add it in. Because let me see, what do I have so far? So like 25 bits, maybe something Christmas related, because the 25th. 50 we have hot dogs, and then I was thinking 69 bits, maybe like Borat and Sexy Time or something that skirts the wholesome line. 100 currently is fireworks. Maybe 309 could be something birthday related, because 39 is my birthday. Someone suggested before 404 bits not found, something along those lines. Baby voice, we could trigger a baby voice. Now what would trigger a baby voice? How many bits? That's the thing. I like the bits to tie in, although they don't really with hot dogs and they don't with fireworks. So how many bits do you think, Bear? How many bits to trigger the baby voice? Oh, it's intended for certain audiences, and apparently not this audience. Hey, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Thanks for bringing your party people over to my corner of the Twitchosphere. What happened in your stream today? How are you doing? What did you get up to? Spill all the tea. We need to know. Now, I'm actually following AAOA_. I just, it's AA to their friends. But you can click the heart at the top of chat if you're not already following, and drop in on the streams and see what's going on. because they're about to spill the tea. 18 plus audience. That's fine. I mean, we raid out to 18 plus audience all the time. And also we get clips on the stream that also have effing and jeffing and all the good stuff in that, you know, you don't normally hear on stream. But that's UGC, right? User generated content. So, yeah. I just found out that Mrs. Gamey is not feeling very well, and she said I can fetch her from work as soon as I want. And she's such a sweet doll that she said, "Oh, finish streaming first and then fetch me." But hopefully everybody will be okay with me dipping and going to the BRB screen for like 15, 20 minutes maybe, and then coming back on. We can do that. But let me just finish up with the lovely raiders first and AA that swung by. Hello, how's are you today, Lee? No, how's are you, Shark Geek? Welcome on in. I remember when I could type a coherent sentence. I have yet to get to that day, Sharky, but I'm waiting for the time when I can actually get there. We do design stream on my side, a lot of design help. Excellent. All right, so do you have any links you want to throw in chat? Any clips from today? Any funny clips people created? Any socials? Anything you want to throw in at all? Just chuck them in chat, and we can get those out to the party people. Cam first always. Thank you, Cam Crabs. I was going to say, how's it going? And then I switch gears. Yeah, mid-sentence. I do that. I do that sometimes too. Yeah. I need lots of design help. I was just talking earlier about how I don't have an artistic bone in my body, really, which makes it a bit of a joke that I create games and stuff in Unity. I'm trying to get better in Blender and 3D modeling. It's just, I find it a very steep learning curve. Even with the new UI in the later versions of Blender, I still struggle. So, brain not braining, trying to learn Unity has broken it. Unity is a big old beast, Shark Geek, and I don't take my hat off, but I'll tip my hat to you for trying to learn it. Only thing I have is can.app. If you want to learn Japanese, I made this vocabulary learning app earlier this year. I think we saw this, didn't we, when you raided in before? Yeah. Yes, learn Japanese vocabulary you care about. Look at this, because we talked about Booyah Grandma, or Booyah Grand MMA, who actually moved to Japan, and somebody that Mrs. Gamey worked with that was trying to get over there, and finally the paperwork came through, and they've gone to Japan, and how much I would love to go to Japan. And there's nothing I love more than visiting a country whose native language or first language is not English and being able to talk in their native language. I used to love when I went to France, and because I did French and German at school, you actually can talk to the natives in their native language. Used to live there for 2 years. I did not know that fact. That's something I've learned today. Interesting. So was that like a temporary post there, or why was it only 2 years, if you can tell me? Was it like a working visa? The lack of skill on one part of the job opens up opportunities to work together with someone who lacks the skills you do have. Yeah, I mean, game jams definitely do. If you get on a team for a game jam and then one person does the art who does that best, one person does coding, one person does music, and you kind of collaboratively create something amazing. Or, like me, individually, you create something adequate. There is that. All right, so get yourself over to can.app. Take a look at this if you're interested in any languages at all, and specifically Japanese. I'm going to leave that tab open because I remember seeing that before, and I'm going to have a look at that. It's a combination of vacation, tourist visa, and a working holiday visa for 1 year, and I'm just trying to go back. Nice, nice. Yeah. I don't know if you know Booyah Grandma. Working on a game called Alpine Lake. But he, recently moved to Japan with his wife.
Chicken for Chicken Coop.
And there's the game that he's working on, also in Unity. Yeah, so thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate it. I'm sorry that everybody raided in and I have to BRB for about 10 or 15 minutes, but I'm going to go and pick up Mrs. Gamey, who's not feeling well at work, and bring her back here. And then we shall continue looking at the Journ Jam game, Show Unity, which is this one here, which... take your time. Thank you. It's not a long drive. As long as she's ready when I pick her up, it should be like 15 minutes, maybe 20 tops. But if anybody has any ideas for my Game Jam game for a title, I'm thinking possibly Flutter Blocks, maybe all as one word. I don't know what we think to that title. It has butterflies in, you break them out of the boxes, and then they fly away. So Flutter Blocks. I don't know. There might be that's going to be the working title, I think. And if we don't come up with anything better than that, then we're probably going to stick with that. We will hold down the fort. If you could, now there's lots of fishing you can do, and you can also play the drop game to possibly win a free sub to the channel. So stick around. I'll make it worth your while when I come back. Actually, no, that just sounds wrong, doesn't it? Anyway, hopefully you'll stick around. And if not, if you're not able to stick around, then maybe you can just drop me a follow and then swing by next time when I'm streaming, which this week will be Friday at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. But I will be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, so hopefully you'll still be here. Go and make a quick snack, or get a hot steaming coffee or tea, and I'll be back as soon as I can. All right. Thanks, everybody. I shall be back shortly. And in the meantime, if anybody joins chat and they're like, wait, where is he? If you can just say that I'm on a family mercy dash and I will BRB, that would be great. I'd probably just pin it to the top of chat, though, couldn't I? Back in a few minutes. Family mercy dash. There we go. And if I pin that to the top of chat, anybody coming in will see it, right? Then you watch me come back and then say, hi, everybody, and then forget to unpin it. All right. And don't forget, as subscribers, you can use the SR command if you wanted to request any songs to keep the party people happy in my absence. All right. I shall BRB. Footloose. I hope you're all singing along. Thanks for keeping the party people entertained with your playlist there, Bear. Much appreciated. All right, let me see what I don't think I missed much in chat. You kept it fairly quiet. I mean, it's not. Thank you for the thank you for those blurt biddies. All right. Yeah, Flutter blocks. I'm kind of. I don't think so. The Burger King maybe. Yeah, so Flutter blocks. What do we think to that name? Do you think it's terrible? Do you think you'd never play a game called Flutter blocks? Do you think it's a good indication of what the game is and that it involves butterflies and blocks? I don't know. It'll be the working title at least for now anyway. Freshy, how you doing? Welcome on in. Hey, look, I believe that Freshy and Bear know each other. Hopefully the Steampunk Redemption worked. As soon as we hit 1st of October, the Steampunk Halloween Redemption will come in, and you can see your name in Halloween letters. Steampunk Halloween letters, no less. All right, sing a song. Be right back in 5. Got to let the dogs out. Well, that was 6 minutes ago, so where are you, Freshie? See how it is. See, I'll say I'll be back in 15 or 20 minutes, and I was, and then Freshie says I'll be back in 5 minutes, and here we are 6 minutes later. Lies. He sits on a throne of lies. Can't believe a word out of Freshie's mouth. I'll tell you what. I was going to suggest Ice Butterflies Bear. I will definitely add that to the list. I see where you're going with that. Yeah. So, yeah. Add it to the list up here, Bear. All right, I'll let you know. Okay. Chesney Hawks. Dukasoff, what are you doing to me? I do like Flutterbot. Okay, all right. Well, we're going to call it that for now. And then we'll see how it goes. Wizard beards abound. It's the Wiz Kid. How you doing, Wiz? Welcome on in. Okay, so what we could do is if we go save scene and then we do file, new scene, and then we're going to have a basic ERP. So we'll do a URP scene, create, and then we can save the scene. We'll do file, save as, and we'll go into BG scenes. And we'll call it main menu because that's what it is. And then just so it's a placeholder scene, go ahead and throw some 3D text in here. 3D object. Do we want a 3D object or are we going to stick it on a UI? Decisions. We'll probably, because I'll probably do something with it instead of just having the text itself. I'm going to do 3D Text Mesh Pro, and then just so we remember the name, have this as title. And then the text in it, instead of sample text, will say Flutter blocks, but without the extra silent U in there, and with the missing T. There we go. All right. Now we do have some fonts in here already because normally you only get like a couple of basic fonts when you install Text Mesh Pro, but one of the assets I loaded in, which is damage numbers, which is the asset you see when it does a match 3 and it says match 3, match 4. That came with a bunch of fonts already. So, you know, look, actually, you can put a temporary font in. Yeah, one of these for short term until we actually get a different one, and one that I like, and one that we can play with, and see how much time we have left at the end when the game is fully working. So if we go back to, I like the neon blue, that one for now. Okay, so we'll have that in there. We'll make it wider so it can all fit on at the same time. Drag this out. Maybe it's not quite such a humongous size font, so it does actually fit. I don't know why the letters are all overlapping like that. Let's increase the character spacing to something like 8, and then reduce the font size again so it all fits on the same line. All right, and then we'll center that, and we'll center that, and there we go. There's our very temporary title page. Oh, good choice. I love Jacob Lee. JD, thanks for throwing that one in the mix. See what JD tried to do there? He tried to skirt the rules and the blocks that I put in place so people can't play Barbie songs. And he wanted I'm Just Ken. But he managed to get I Just Know, which is great. We're going to find out which song that is. In fact, let's skip to it right now and find out which song JD loves. This was the exact one that JD wanted. Enjoy. All right, so we have a temporary screen here. We're going to throw in a temporary canvas. Blah 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 UI. We're going to have a button, Text Mesh Pro button, and we're going to use the usual things of button, start, and then in the text portion of the button, we have text, start, and it's going to say start. This is all temporary stuff. All right, and I'm going to say we'll put it pretty much in the Interestingly, it does not want to move because we didn't set the stretch. Oh, because we're just changing the text and not the button. Oopsie. All right, so let's try that again. Okay, and then let's try it for the actual button. Okay, so with the button we're going to have, trying to put it somewhere in the middle. There we go. And then we can go to the button and drag it down to here, somewhere approximately-ish for now, and then we will duplicate it, and this will be the button for quit, and this is going to be the text for quit. Okay, and then we just want to say quit or squit since you got the two buttons over each other. And then we'll take the other button, put it underneath. There we go. Look at that. We've got a finished title screen all ready to go. No, not ready to go. Bear, I said I would. Did I not? Did I not say? I called it. I said, you watch me come back and forget to unpin it. Thank you very much. Message unpinned. See, that's why I need you here, Bear. I can't stream without you being here because you keep me on track. Okay, so very temporary, very placeholdery title screen. The game is now called officially Flutterblocks. Not like Chatterbox, but Flutterblocks. Okay, so now we can jump back in the project to the other scene. And not the main menu scene, but the play space. Here we are. In fact, we don't even want this scene, because if you remember, I said we're going to create some new prefabs. At the moment, we have these prefabs. We have a B1, which is the this one, we have the lovely blue-looking butterfly. And then the other one we have is B2, which, as you'll know if you've been watching, we copy the position on that one, and then we paste the position into it, and then we can drag it over. There we go. So these are the two that we have at the moment, but we're about to do a bunch more. So the question is, and it's a question I'm not sure we can answer at the moment, is how many types of butterfly do we have? Given that there are 73 in total that I have access to, I think what I mentioned before was we need them to be as visually different as possible from each other. So, you know, the biggest difference between these two is the color. They're the same type of butterfly. So do we just have like all butterflies looking the same but different colors? Or are there any different designs that would stand out enough when they're shrunk down to the tiny decal to go on the front of the blocks? That's what we're about to find out. So if we scroll down to models, and pack 73 butterflies kind of gives away how many there are. All right, so this is the first one that we have. This is the one you can see on screen there. This is the one that makes up the B1 prefab. And then I believe we went with this one, yep, which is the second one for B2. See, now we can keep with the same design, I think, as long as it's different enough. And the fact that this is a completely different color, obviously you'll be able to tell the difference. Now, trying to think whether we're going to be able to somehow, what I'd really like, and I know I shouldn't be introducing stuff like this for a jam game when there's 8 days left, is it would be nice to have an accessibility option. What I mean by that, ooh, I pitch whistle in my ears, that's not good. What I mean by that is, you know, if somebody is colorblind or they don't perceive colors in the same way that most other people do, then you know, maybe some option where they can play, maybe we can turn that on in settings. And then I don't know how much that's going to change the... I'm not sure that things are flexible enough at the moment that I could just say, okay, flick a switch and now suddenly, you know, they're not butterflies, they're different types of bugs. And so although it, you know, it doesn't matter so much matching the colors. Anyway, maybe that's feature creep for later. But for now, we're just going to focus on different types of butterfly. Ooh, Prince, 1999. Me likey. Good choice, Bear. Okay. So yeah, what I was saying before is I have access to quite a number of types of butterfly. I just need to not put too many different types, so that it makes it too difficult to even try and get a match 3 because of the random ones that are falling. You're not going to get enough falling of the same type to be able to match them up. So I guess the $64,000 question is, given the size of space that we have and the number of blocks that could potentially occupy it, what would be a good number different types of butterfly to have? If it's a low enough number that the butterflies we have can just be this particular design, but just in different colors, should we do that, or should we look at different designs as well to make them visually different? So I'm not sure how many we have of this design in this color. Let's have a look. Now obviously blue we have already, orange we have already, green we don't have, so we could use that. This pinky color, could use that. Then there's a deep purple, but then we start getting into different designs. All good questions. Yeah, it'd be nice if I had a few answers though, wouldn't it? I could just be like, yeah, this is, I don't know. I mean, what do we have? 1, 2, -3 to +3. So we have 7 columns And I think when I filled it with blocks, I think it was 20 high. That's 140 blocks in the grid. Potentially could make a match 3 on. So, yeah, if all the ones in the same design, I guess we just have the pale blue that we have already, the orange that we have already, and then we have a green, pink, and a purple. No, not even the purple, pink. So 4. So my guess is that there's probably, in each style of butterfly, there's probably skins for 4 different colors. So let's test that out. Got a purple in that design. Got a red in the same design. We have a beige or khaki color in the same design. And then it changes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So there's only 3 in that particular color. And then we have this kind. And although it has red dots on the back of the leaves, I would suggest that this one is a bit too close to the other blue one. I don't think once it's shrunk down and on the block, it's going to be different enough for people to easily see whether there's a match 3 or not. Because if you look at a match 3 game like Candy Crush, you don't actually have any that look, I don't think you do anyway. I don't think you have any objects that look like each other. Show browser. Yeah, so if we look at this, they're different colors, they're different shapes, and I guess that gets around the accessibility issue as well, because they're different colors and different shapes. Then it doesn't matter if you're colorblind because you're not matching just on color. Well, I need to take a leaf out of that book, maybe. Do I need it where? Let's have a look how different the butterfly styles actually are. Maybe we can use not 2 butterflies of the same style if I have enough different ones. What were parties like in 1999? What's that, 26 years ago? I don't know, Bear. I'm not old enough to remember. I went to take the trash bin back in from the curb and some flying insect flew right past my head. I didn't see it, but it was so big that it made the shoulder of my shirt flap in the wind. I wonder if that bug filed a flight plan with the FAA. Are you sure Dukasoft's not coming to visit? It's not Dukasoft with his drone flying past your ear, is it? That would be hilarious if Dukasoft said, okay, I'm doing another stream, and then we were watching it and suddenly, like, the battery died or something and it started falling out of the sky, and then we see this guy taking his trash can in and it like whizzes past his ear. If it was big enough, it could have been a drone. That was wild. I mean, it was in the daytime, so it probably wasn't a bat, was it? But maybe it was a bird. Maybe it was a small bird, but you just thought it might have been a bug. I think it must have been a cicada or a hornet. I hope the former. Yeah. I'm not sure I'd want either of those, to be honest. Yeah, some of the old bugs can be nasty. I'll tell you what I get sometimes, and I'm sure it's not just me. I think it's like the Texas heat and the fact that, you know, as much as you try and put stuff in trash bags, bags split and things come out and you don't have any control over this. But sometimes maggots. Have you ever had those, Shark Geek? Giant hornet? No, thank you. Any hornet? No, thank you. I don't want hornets. No. I don't want locusts. I don't want any types of bug flying out of the trash can when I'm bringing it up to the house. Thank you very much. Funnily enough, coincidentally, and people might have seen earlier when we had the burb cam, it was in fact trash day here as well. Yeah. Oh, and I don't know if we're going to see... I don't know if we're going to see Smikes today. Let's do a shout out for Smikes. So we had a hype train on Saturday's stream, And as we know, if we complete any level of a hype train, we do a sticker giveaway. And Smikes was the winner of the sticker. So I was just going to tell him that I did, in fact, send his sticker off as promised.
How are you?
There you go. All things dev and sloth related,
I hope.
You can get on Smike's stream. You recently added, look, DCVINU today.
And I'm going to
He's on there. That was who was first in our stream today.
And I have a nutsack. And it's going to be great. Ah! That was my Keller impression. It was very, very good.
Wait, does Smikes have a redemption like Berlin? Where I don't know if Berlin does have it anymore. I don't think he does. But he used to have it where he had somebody come on screen and talk in a different voice. seems like Smikes may have something similar. And Ice Bear, obviously subscriber on Smike's channel and has all the animated emotes and sloth related stuff. If it was a bird, it would have to be have been a hummingbird. Yeah, the biggest thing I don't miss from Texas though is the ground wasps. Yeah. Yeah, we went to a thrift store a couple of streets away at the weekend, and when we were going in, they had this, what I would say massive, because to me, if nests get any bigger than that, then I'm spraying them with the foam stuff. This massive, I guess, yellow jacket nest outside, and you could see all the yellow jackets crawling around it, and I'm like, no, that's not the way to get people into your shop. Just spray it, get rid of it, be done. Garbage day. Those giant wasps that charge out of holes in the ground when you walk too close. I don't want to jinx it, but I don't think I've ever seen those, Chat Geek, and I'm quite happy to not have seen them. Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm with WizKid on the no, but WizKid was saying no to JD. Maybe JD is having a garbage day. Maybe he's just not having a very good day. Yeah. So we need to look at the butterflies we have now and maybe take a note out of Candy Crush's intentionally or unintentionally look of not just having a different style for them, but also a different color. So they're visually different, not just from a color perspective, but from shapes as well. Now let's show unity. Let's take a look at the butterflies again and see how different styles are. Show unity. Okay, all right, you got me. You just put a little delay in there, didn't you? So I went to say it again, and then you switched. Best Christmas movie ever, Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. Yeah, so Silent Night, was it actually called Silent Night? Movie that had Hopper in. Do we know Hopper from Stranger Things? I think it was Violent Night, wasn't it? Not Silent Night. Violent Night. That was very good as far as newer Christmas movies go. I mean, we all like Die Hard and National Lampoons and Elf and all the favourites, but as far as newer Christmas movies go, I thought Violent Night was pretty good with Hopper, the Hop from Stranger Things. And when's that coming out? Is it November? New Stranger Things? Possibly? Sounds like my kind of movie. Have you seen it, Bear? Have you not seen Violent Night? It's like I say, Hopper. I can never remember the actor's name, but plays Hopper in Stranger Things, and he is I don't think it's giving anything away by saying he's Santa. Yeah, I would add it to your list. I don't have a link to hand, but I'm fairly certain if you search for Violent Night movie, it should actually come up for you in a googly search. Okay, so let's have a look and see. We know we've got a few colours we can rely on. Let's have a look and see if we have enough different designs. I'm just not sure that on the small sprite that we have on the front of the block, and I get, it depends on the size of screen and the device you're playing it on, but whether there'll be enough variety to be able to differentiate between two different blue butterflies when they're shrunk down. Because we have this one, which we're using now. We have this one, which, like I say, I don't think, especially given it looks like the top half is very similar, not exactly the same, but very similar to the blue one that we're using. The bottom half is different and it has the red dots on, but like I say, when it's shrunk down, are you going to be able to tell enough? I don't want people trying to make a match on blocks and then they're like, wait, why didn't I get a match 3? Oh, wait, there's 2 tiny little red dots on the bottom of that one. That'll be why. I didn't know his name, but I really like David Harbour. That's it, David Harbour. Yeah. I feel like I've seen him in a couple of other things. Nothing else that sticks with me quite like Violent Night. Okay. And then, look, if we come further down, do we have any other blue ones? That's kind of bluey, tealy maybe. And then we have a blue one here. Yeah, baby. Thank you. Thank you, those blurps. Dukasoft always finds the right ones. And since you requested this song, I'm guessing that might have been a pre-planned activity. A double whammy, if you will, from a song request and then find the blurps in my face. Okay, so like I say, we have up to 73 allegedly. Different ones. Do we have enough different styles that we feel like they could be differentiated between when they're shrunk down and they are on block? And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say yes, I think we do. Neither confirm nor deny whether that was pre-planned. So I think we do. Yeah. I think we use something like this. This is enough of a different design. Now let's do this. Let's drag said butterfly in. Let's see if we can get a screenful of them together. And see if we can have enough designs that we don't, that will be our accessibility built in right there. So it won't be just a match on color, it'll be a match on design as well. Now what we can do is, let me copy the component of that object, and then let's paste it onto this one. Okay, and then and then obviously that is not big enough as the 3D model, so we're going to need to at least make it 2 in size. Probably need to flip it 90 at least on the X, and then bring it forward, spin it around. Oh, we also need 90 on the Z, so we can, oh no, mind. Let's do the manual rotation on this thing because it doesn't want to play ball. Oh, there we go. All right, so 0 on there, 90 and 90. We'll get it. And then if we look, see how the size compares. About the right size. Okay, so I'm going to get a screen full of butterflies here that we can pull from. I need to make sure the colors are different, and also need to make sure that the designs are different enough. When they're shrunk down, they won't look terrible, because we're probably looking at about that size. It's going to be challenging. Skim, how you doing? Welcome on in. Okay, so I think that one there, definitely different as far as the colors and the design. How's the jam? We're getting there. We're trying to come up with, we were using these two butterflies originally. I have a pack with 73 in that we could potentially use. And then I got to thinking about accessibility. And I thought, well, what if somebody is colorblind or they can't distinguish certain colors? I don't want them not to be able to play the game. So what I thought was, I'll take a leaf, if you will, out of Candy Crush's book. And they have not just different colors, but also different designs. So I guess that's how they get around it. That's how they implement accessibility in their games. So I thought, well, let's see, out of these 73, we were never going to use 73 anyway. Maybe we can get some that have a different enough design. The design and the color are what make it stand out when you play the game. So rather than have standard looking butterflies like these and have them in different colors, let's switch it up and have some different designs as well. So that's what I'm doing. I'm currently looking through the 73 we have to see if we can limit or narrow down this 73 to maybe, I don't know. We'll have a look at Candy Crush and we'll see how many different types they use. Yeah, that's what we're working on currently. 2429. Big splash in the leaves from Tubby Crumbles. Okay, so we're not going to have like this one because it's going to be the same style, just a different color. So for every butterfly, we want a different style. So although we have B1, this one here, and we have B2, these are the ones that we were using for testing to test the match mechanic. We're probably going to lose one of these. Just because we've now decided to have different designs of butterflies and not just different colors. Our geometry is completely overscoped naturally. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? I mean, feature creep. Originally, I said, okay, we're just going to grab some butterflies, throw them in, and then just see how it is. And now suddenly, I've got all this time in the world to implement accessibility, so why not? So, yeah, we're going to keep one of these two, but I'm not sure which one yet, the blue one or the orange. I guess we'll see depending on which other styles we have and colours. If I seem to have more blue ones, and I'm going to try and mix up the colours, then we'll probably pick the orange and vice versa. So we have the black and yellow and brown one, which differentiates because of the colour and the style. So let's work through them. So these are all the same style. This one's different. Thank you, Dukasoft. You can't beat Screaming Goats, right? I feel like you're just, this is your thing today. I mean, I'm not saying I'm hating it, because I'm actually quite enjoying it, where you find the Screaming Goat blurbs and then you play the song that it's taken from and then go ahead and throw the blurb in chat. I don't mind that at all. I quite like that as a plan of action. So you keep working on that, I'll keep working on this, and we'll see if we can find enough different butterflies that mean you don't have to see colours or perceive colours the same way most people do to play the game. So now, wait, which one did I choose? Which one are we on? Is it this one here? Okay, so this one, now we need to see, okay, which color are we going to have? So we already have a blue or orange. We already have a yellow and black. So this one is a bit different. We've got a red one there. Yes, that goes to a different style. So we've got this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Ah, decisions. That one's a bit dark. I like the brights. This one's pretty bright. This one's pretty bright. Brightish. Bright adjacent. I like this one with the pink and the yellow. Yeah, I think we'll go with that one. Particular style in particular. We'll drag it into the scene and then we will copy the component from the other one and then paste component values, gets it there, drag it across here. Okay, so even though they're both scaled at 2, it does make one look bigger than the other, so we might have to do some manual scaling when we create the blocks. I think those 3 types are different enough. How about a fly on butter? How about no? All right, so again, we have a different one here, different style. Let's see how many colors we have this one in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same? I don't think it is. No. Okay, so I've got 5 different colors on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if this one is colored like this, do we think it looks more like a moth than a butterfly? It doesn't really, does it? Moths are generally single colors, aren't they, without the patterns? Green is quite vibrant, isn't it? I like the green. Do we like the green? April 1st, all flies on butter in different colours. Yeah, so when you play the game on April Fool's Day, it completely changes the game. You like download it and you're like, okay, let's get some butterflies. Wait, what? Green, you like the green? Okay, Dix up. We'll go with the green. Choose this one here. So I'm going to drag it up here and then be able to paste component values again. Choing. And bring that one down. All right, so we're looking good. We've got the different styles and the different colors. Well, these two are quite similar with the yellows, but anyway, they're different enough you're not going to think they're the same butterfly. Pick a set of random for each game, make the most of the 70 you have. Yeah, so the only downside to that is I'm still going to have to be quite specific, Tubby. Because the reason I'm doing it this way and I'm manually choosing them is because of accessibility. So if somebody is colorblind or has an issue with perceiving color, I want them to be able to at least see the different butterfly designs. So the only way I would get around, I mean, you could introduce a certain element of randomness for it, but I would have to divide it into sets. And I would have to say, okay, pick a random one from these 5, a random one from these 5, rather than saying pick a random one from the whole of the 73. And then also you run the risk of, because I'm being quite particular at the moment at the ones I pick, I don't want to pick any 2 that look too similar. You run the risk with randomness that I might actually pick 2 that do look fairly similar. And then when they get shrunk down onto the block, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is all something I could possibly introduce after the jam once I get the basic game down and everything working. But it does also mean one of the things I'm doing to save time is choosing a specific subset at the moment, because once we've decided on the ones to use, then we have to switch to the other scene where we create the icons, and then we have to position each butterfly in the scene, and then we have to do the snapshot of it to create the sprite, and then I have to create the prefab where I take the sprite and I attach it to it and add all the tags and everything. So, you know, it's a little bit more than just like grabbing sprites and putting them in the game, or grabbing models. And then for each block that we create, for each prefab, I have to go and grab the original 3D model and attach it to the cube. So as a longer term plan, I do like the idea of them being more random. But I think given the time crunch I'm on, and how, you know, it takes me 10 times longer than Tubby to do anything because Tubby's a legend, probably going to stick with just a manual selection for now. But I'm definitely going to screen... Oh my goodness. How do I ever get anything done? I'm not really sure. But anyway, I do. Somehow I'm productive. Not necessarily on stream, but thank you, Dukasoft. I appreciate all your goats today. Dukasoft, aka the goat herder. But yes, I've taken a note of that suggestion. Thank you, Tubby. And likely add it in after the jam is finished and I have a completed game that hopefully is fun to play. And hopefully is more fun to play now. Max Speedy joined in earlier and said, hey, why don't you do this? And I'm like, that's great. Yeah, I'm going to do that because that's going to make the game even more fun. Just need to implement it now. Okay. So if we ignore the fact that we have two the same at the top, let's disable that for now. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 types at the moment. So let's keep working our way back. So this is the next design. All right, so we just need to decide which color. We've got a purple, we've got a pink, we have an orange, which we don't really have an orange one yet if we're going to take B2 out of the equation and just use the B1 prefab we created for the initial testing. See, ones like this might be good when we do the random thing that Toby suggested, but I think as far as trying to keep the game pretty colourful, I want to then probably not going to opt for colours like that. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colours, which are these 5. So we said we're not doing the bland coloured one. We already have a green one in there, so probably not the green one. I once worked at a pizza joint in the early 90s, and this was the only song folks ever put on the jukebox. Was it really? Is it because they loved you so much, Skim, and they wanted you to know? Maybe it was something subliminal. Maybe it was a message they didn't like want to directly come out and convey their feelings for you. Just saying. I mean, clearly, you know, you probably don't realize at the time, but looking back now, you're like, oh, maybe that girl didn't have a nervous twitch. Maybe she was actually winking at me and I just didn't pick it up this whole time. You're welcome. All right, so not the bland, not the green. We have the orange or the pink or the purple, which coincidentally, those 3 are next to each other. So we've got the orange, we've got the pink, and we've got the purple. Purple, I think, is too dark against the red. I think it's not easy to see that, and I think once you shrink it down, it's going to be even less discernible. So I think if we go with pink or orange. Orange is quite nice, but also it's not as vibrant as, say, this orange. I don't I'm going with pink. No, not with pink. Did I say pink? The pink doesn't really... I think the orange probably makes it stand out the most, right? I've already got a green. That's bland. So orange, pink, not purple. Doesn't stand out enough. So we're down to 2. Orange or pink. I'm going to say orange because at the moment we kind of have pinky purplish flowers and it might blend into that when it flies over there. So orange. We're going to go with orange on this particular one in particular. All right, so we'll drag that orange one into scene and then we can grab the green component. Well, really, it should still be in the clipboard, shouldn't it? We just paste component values. There we go. And we can just manually drag it where we need it to be. All right, so I think these are looking different enough. Even if you couldn't perceive colors, you wouldn't need to make a match on colors as the designs are different enough. Yeah, happy with that. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're back to the question again. Tyndall, how you doing? Welcome on in. Actually, we're a couple of shouts behind, aren't we? Had Skim come in, and now we have Tyndall. Well, look, Skim has the singing cats on his stream too.
Just give me a headache. The point of this line is that if I hadn't had this line, I would have gotten a warning. Let me show you. If I do this, and I'll do these, and yes, I'm getting an error instead right now. Yeah, here we go. See what it says there? This is...
You don't want to be lacking when it comes to code. See, you can either, well, not either. You should go drop Nskim a follow because, you know, retro stuff and working on a retro game, and Tyndall a follow for dev stuff and devy guidance. Yeah. Good point. That's a good point. What did I miss? This as the... All right then. So yeah, butterflies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 at the moment. Not sure how many we're going to use. I think it's going to be trial and error. So I'd sooner set up too many and then eliminate them rather than... You missed the good point. I often do. I mean... See, hey, baby. I'm Tyndall's baby. Well, not really Tyndall's baby. That doesn't sound right, but doing all right. Good. Glad to hear it. And I'm doing all right myself too. Yeah. Yeah, we're making progress in the jam game. It's looking beautiful with these beautiful butterflies. And we're just deciding which butterflies we're going to have in the game, possibly for the final version. Decided to differentiate not just on color but also on design, so for accessibility reasons. Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer. Wham, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. Oh, okay, we just started Living on a Prayer. I get it, I see. Okay. Thank you, Dukasoft. Dukasoft is providing us with the Screaming Goats today, and then plays the actual song that the Screaming Goat blurb is taken from, and then plays the blurb over it. It's quite chuckle-worthy. Merch. Yeah, somebody bought a couple of my coffee cups recently. Yeah, don't worry, be flappy. You know, the flappy-eared dog? Yeah. So, I am in the process. I haven't actually started it yet, but I am in the process of updating my merch store. But things that are still existing in the stream, like the Flappy Dog, and Don't Worry Be Flappy, those items will stay. There's a coffee cups. There's also a beanie, I do believe. There's some shirts with the Bit Gamey logo on. Those will stay, but other things that are no longer in the stream, like... Good job, Skim. GG's! Other things like the sticker sheets that have emotes that aren't in the stream anymore, they'll be going. So if you did want them, grab them before they're taken off the store. If you wanted some stuff from previous iterations of the stream. But yeah, how dare not be greeted by me? See that emote there that Tyndall has? That's Tyndall's little kitty called Zelda. And it was Berlin that actually created that emote. Yeah. I have a caffeine helps you see sharp mug. Yeah, you see? All the merchy stuffs. Alright, so back to Flutter Blocks, as I'm calling it. Okay, wait for Berlin to come in and say he hates it or misspell it or say something about it. Okay, so Flutter Blocks, as we're currently working on for the Jam game, we're deciding on, for accessibility reasons, we're handpicking which of the butterflies to use so that when you play the game, they're not just discernible by colour, but also by patterns. So far, we have it down to 5. I'm thinking maybe 7, lucky number 7. Maybe we'll have 7 in here if we can find 7 that are different enough. All right, so we had this orange one. That's the one we just put in. So now we keep going until we get to another style. This one's definitely a different style. More like a zebra or zebra. Looks like it has eyes at the back as well. Now, does that look too close to any of the other styles? I don't think so. I don't think even when that shrinks down, that's going to look anything like the others, but let's have a look. A purpley one there. We already got orange. We already have a blue. That, in my eyes, looks too similar to number 3 up there, maybe, possibly. Start with 3 on level 1 to keep it simple and ease the player in, then add a new colour each new level. Well, that was the thing, you see. I wasn't going to have levels. I was just going to have it with the single level, and then it just speeds up. So just for the sake of time and not designing, having separate levels. But again, I will actually take a note of that suggestion and add it to my feature list. Thank you very much. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's keep going because we've got a few designs to go through yet. And I want them to be strikingly different if possible. If we have to have some that are different, hopefully enough, then we can come back to those. I feel like we should have enough variation. We should be in good shape to pick enough different ones. This one, even when shrunk down, wouldn't look like any of the others, would it? Because it has the dark outer. We should be good. This style. I've been waiting for this. You guys and your bongo cats. All right. So, what are we doing next? We are going to, after we decide on the shortlist, then what we have to do is, once we have a shortlist, we then have to get the 3D models created to or turned into 2D sprites. Direct links. All right, let's have a look. So, yeah. Tinder has some of my merch. Gotta love those long links. I'll tell you what, there's Discord. It's like when you try and copy a link from Amazon. If you just copy it out the browser bar, it's like, we're going to put these 400 characters on the end that you could actually take off and don't really need. They're mostly for tracking and annoying people. Yeah. Show browser. See, look, this was a tin cup. This was a tin cup? It probably still is. This is a tin cup, and it has, look, it's got my coffee emote, which I still have. It has this big old chunky guy in the middle, which I don't have anymore. And this one, oh look, there's me. There's me today, look. I can tell it's me today because we have butterflies and we have my yellow shirt. Caffeine helps you see sharp. There we go, look. Look. Thanks for your support, Tyndall. Buying the old merch and stuffs. Appreciated. Dr. Cancer in the house. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. Lee Cup. Off Lee Cup. Maybe? Show Unity. Never opened it to trim it down. That's fine. You can have all the long links you like, Tyndall. You just go with your bad self. I just click copy link in Discord and then pasted it. Hello, is that Discord calling me? No? That's weird. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's confusing. A confusing ringtone there, Dukasoft. Doing well, thank you. How goes things? Things goes all right at the moment. We have 8 days and 4 hours left, which you might say, oh my goodness, that's longer than some actual jams are, which I get, but also I haven't done a falling block type game before. And, you know, I think I'm going to do it this way. And then I have the amazing West brothers come in and go, you know what? How about this? And I'm like, that's a great idea. And then I go off down another rabbit hole. Hey, yeah, and you could do this. And then I'm going off down another rabbit hole. So, yeah, I really appreciate the suggestions to hopefully make this the best jam game I've made yet. So, yeah, things are getting there. I'm sorely behind on the jam, to be honest. Oh no! That's sometimes, though, when people do their best work, right? Is it? What? Is this one of those random things that you can actually turn off in settings where suddenly if there's a few people engaging in chat, Twitch will go, hey, let's start a random hype train because, well, not because anything really. Yeah, if you can tell me where I can turn it off, please, Berlin, because it just seems a bit, hype trains are when, you know, oh, people throw bits and people sub and people are being supportive that way. I don't want a hype train just to kick off because... Thank you for 69ing me, Bardaki. I'll see you later. Yeah, just because. Let's start a hype train just because. Yeah. So if you can tell me where to disable that, please, Berlin, I will absolutely do that. Don't make me clip that, please, like you already didn't. I think we know full well if I give you enough out of context material, the same as Berlin, that, you know, if you haven't already clipped it, I'll be very surprised. Yeah. So, yeah, random. I think it hype trained because Duka was here and he's automagically worth some hype. He is, yes, and that's why we have like the hype command. But yeah, should work. Sent you the direct link. Oh, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh Lord, you do like I do. You've even put my name in the URL. Thank you, Berlin. I do the same thing when I try and send it to people. I appreciate that. Bardi with a gift sub to Tyndall. Thank you very much. That's Clip Me Sugar Ducky for you. Oh my goodness. I see how it is. Well, he creates hype by just showing up. I mean, he does. And, that's why I need to disable it, because every time Dukasoft shows up, I, obviously don't want a hype train kicking off. So, yeah. Now I'm not going to click on the link that Berlin sent me. Not that I don't trust links from Berlin, but I'm going to copy it and paste it. Otherwise, it's going to open it up in the wrong browser for me. So, since I'm already logged into stuff over here. All right, hype train settings. So it's not autopilot. Enable hype train. Viewers will be challenged to complete train levels using bit. Okay, that's regular stuff. Alerts for hype train about. You can now create alerts. I'm not really sure what I'm disabling on this screen, Melin. Enable hype train. Obviously, we want it enabled because we want people to be able to kick off hype trains. Autopilot dynamically adjusts hype train settings. "39 days left, Dr. Captain Sir. Sleeps till scares." Yeah, I'll have to talk to Blent later about this. I don't see anywhere obvious. I can just... Segment is kickoff threshold. Turn off autopilot to manually adjust kickoff threshold. Oh, okay, so I've got to disable autopilot first. High engagement moments. Hype trains might start if we detect higher than usual channel activity while still respecting your cooldown selection. Okay, so I can turn it off there. I guess I'll just leave autopilot disabled. All right, I can live with that. And then I'll just set the level goal. And, oh, cooldown period. Hype trains should feel special. To keep them exciting, set a cooldown period to provide time between when the community can trigger hype trains. It defaults to 2 hours. Well, since I don't get that many, I'm going to set it to 1 hour, because I don't think keeping somebody waiting for 2 hours, especially if a bunch of people come in and are kind enough to try and trigger one. Save. There we go. Alrighty. All right, let me catch up on chat. Oh, I did not clip it. Creates hype by showing up. Click me daddy. Lizard. I don't know where Lizard comes from, but I quite like the Funky Town song. Didn't realise it was in Shrek 2. See, we're all about learning new stuff today. Thanks again for that gifty, Bardi. It was very generous of you. What, you don't want Berlin to rickroll you? I mean, I feel like Clayman has the market cornered on that. In fact, let's get a Clayman underscore dev. Clayman? No, just singular. Clayman dev. There we go. All right. And look, just so happens.
Just part of the video.
What could possibly happen in this clip?
Oh, he's gonna go and check it, and he's gonna explode into his face, isn't it?
Maybe I should start planning the Halloween stream. I mean, never too early, right?
Dude, you are so fucking stupid. 2, 1.
Thank you, Berlin. I have updated it now, so we should be good to go. It's never too early. See, me and Dr. Kamser on the same page, unless you're in a game jam. Yeah, there is that. I had a funny idea 3 months or so ago, but I forgot. You see, that's when you need to start doing things like we did today, where I thought of a title for this game. So I went and created a placeholder scene for the main menu and put the title in just so I didn't forget it. Because the title, which was originally going to be a working title, but I think I'm actually going to use for the final title, was... No, it's gone. But you see, it doesn't matter because I already have now a temporary scene with it in. I can just flick back anytime I want and see what it was. I'm sure it was hilarious. I mean, it's Bardaki, so that's kind of it's a given, isn't it? Do-do-do-do-do-do. It's from a Pixar trailer. Oh, Lizard is from a Pixar trailer. Is that a new movie? Because I don't remember any Pixar movies with lizards in. I know they did Bug's Life. I don't think there was a lizard in that unless I'm just not remembering it. Watch the Kronk. There we go. All the links for Clayman. If you're not already following. If you haven't already purchased Cat Ragdoll Racing. If you haven't already added Epic Hero Game to your wish list, go and do the thing. The last time I got in, the clippage doesn't work. Oh, man, I hate that. And I'll tell you, I've noticed that a lot lately, is I'll create a clip, and then it opens that lovely picture-in-picture now, so it shows you, and then it mutes the main stream and has the audio from the clip, and then you click on Create Clip, and then the little bar goes down, and it goes all the way down, and sometimes it gets to 99%, and then it's like, should I actually get to 100%? Should I provide a URL that they can use for sharing? No. I think I'll just sit here at 99% and see how long they wait to see if I do finish it. But I'm not going to. Joke's on them because they'll never be able to show anybody this clip. But thanks for taking the time for dragging the sliders around and getting the perfect clip there. But yeah, you're going to be the only person that ever sees this. I've had that quite often. It's just annoying. Anyway, rant over. Now I learned the chorus to Aperture by Bongo Cat. I've never been more proud of you there. And given now that you know the chorus, I feel like on your stream when I request it next, it would be rude of you to not sing along. Were you around for the last Rickroll? I don't think so. I'm not sure, to be honest. I've been around for any of them. I think there was one once where I hovered over a link that was posted and I could see what it was, and I think Clayman kind of said, oh, I'm not falling for that one, and I think he didn't actually click on it. Aha! Yes, but I'm not telling. Well, you don't have to tell now, because look, we have a video for it. Huzzah! Alright, let me line it up and then we'll watch it. This video is only available to subscribers. Sub now to watch and support Clayman. Show browser. Yeah. Womp womp. Looks like Clayman has locked down his clips to subscribers only. Now, whether this is a case of like when Ice Bear Bear did in fact have his subscriber only chat going. I don't think he's here at the moment. I think we can talk about it. He had his subscriber only chat turned on for 4 days and didn't realise and thought that chat was a bit quiet. And then yeah, wow, you're not even subbed. See, I make no secret of the fact that for 99% of people that I follow, I support them by throwing bits, by gifting subs. I don't actually subscribe myself. Not because I'm tight, but, you know, I just don't like ongoing recurring payments. So that is why. But I believe if I hit refresh on this now, we might actually be able to watch it because the generous Bardaki did, in fact, just give me a sub to Clayman's stream. So thank you very much, Bardi. I love your face. I actually don't know how. What don't you know? What don't you know how to do, Tyndall? Wow, you're not even subbed? Yes, I am, Duke Soft. Yeah, you're not seeing this. I am subbed. Look, obviously I've got a sub to Clayman. Otherwise, this wouldn't come up. Non-subs can't view this, but this guy is subbed, so yeah. Right? Baddie has a very lovable face. Indeed he does. And it makes me squirm somewhat when you look at Baddie's emotes and you see it covered in green. As you know, you shouldn't be covering up handsomeness. Like anyone could afford subbing to everything they watch. True. In the VOD, the share button, there is a checkbox to skip to that time you are at currently. Oh, okay. So this is actually the VOD. It's not a clip, is it? That's why it shows 3 hours, 35 minutes, and it's jumped to this part. Okay, so maybe it's just VODs that are locked down and not clips. Yes, the clip didn't work. Okay, got it. You actually scrubbed through and diligently found it and got the timestamp and then shared it with the timestamp built in. That's actually quite impressive. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the music. All right, I'm gonna hit the pause button on Spotify for 1 moment. We're going to make sure the volume is cranked up, which it is. Hopefully now we've got all the audio issues sorted out. You're going to be able to hear this. Okay. Do you know what would be really embarrassing? All right, this would be really embarrassing if I said, no, I don't think I was around for that. No, I definitely didn't see that. And then because we're watching the VOD, you can see the chat as well. Then you see me commenting in the chat. It would be embarrassing, right? I mean, don't ignore the fact it says BitGamey at the top here. Okay. At the top here, it actually says BitGamey, but that's automated Streamlabs messages that Clayman has sending out about me because he's a lovely chap. Anyway, without further ado, because nobody likes ado, we will watch this, which, in order to watch this, Daki very kindly gifted me a sub. So here we go. Now keep looking if you're going to get rickrolled. There it is. I wish we had a clip of that. I wonder if we can convince Clayman to go into the VOD and create a clip. I think I'll be right back. I think Clayman's going to get to the point where, in fact, he just doesn't watch videos anymore. He might even block YouTube links in his chat just so he doesn't get rickrolled. That was a good one. Who posted that? Was that you, Bardaki? Did you? It does not get less funny. That was great. So who rickrolled him? Was it you, Bardy? Oh, it wasn't even that. Oh, it wasn't even that. It was a video in his Discord DMs. Oh, okay. He just did a table flip and raided me. Yes, of course it was me. Of course it was you. That's hilarious. I mean, what's that, the third time now? And for me personally, that is my favourite, especially because of his reaction. Like, rip off your headphones and pretend you're smashing them on the desk. Oh, look, Escamilla, you guys need to grow up. Be serious and normal like me. Escamilla's being sarcastic, by the way. We see Escamilla in chat here sometimes. Mostly I see him in play stream, but yeah. Thank you for that, and thank you again for the gifty. That was very generous of you, Bardmeister. Did we do all the stuff when we did a shout out for Bardy? Let's not question why. Let's just do, okay? The lovely gifty I just got gifted. I'm going to do a shout out, and I'm also going to show all the links and stuffs. That's not a place in Germany, by the way. Links and stuffs.
I don't remember where it is. But essentially, this is part of the second generation prototype.
Essentially.
Little knob.
That was me. That was me. I clipped Bardy's little knob. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, now the music's blowing my ears off again. I'm going to put it behind my ears. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, level 1, 36% hype train. Thank you. I don't really know why Twitch thought it was a good idea just to say there's a hype train just because people are chatting. But anyway, that's disabled for now, so we should only get legit hype trains coming in. And you cut off the part where I told you to not clip it. Wait, what? Oh, you wanted me to carry on watching? Oh, wait, no. When you cut off the part where I told you to not clip it. No, I think I didn't cut that part off. I think if you go back and watch the clip, I think my overzealous clip machine probably clipped it off. But no, I actually take pride in my clippage ability. And I think you'll find if you go back and watch the actual clip, and if you do watch it, and if it does include it, if you want to paste the link to it in chat, we'll watch it again, just to prove that, you know, I have the power or something. Time to get some sleep. Have a great rest of stream, Legend. No, you have some great sleep. How about that, Bear? Yeah? Are you going to show off your custom lurk command now? While we watch another clipperoonie? Ice bear bed. There we go.
Spawn more.
Look, this is the amazing zombie shooter game that Bear is working on.
Alright, we need to up the damage.
Up the damage.
Let's do 15 to 20.
Hey, another Unity developer. Look at that glorious screen.
I want this thing to just melt them. Yes.
And did I tell you that Bear actually has one of the best BRB scenes in place? It's over 9,000! Is that how it goes, buddy? Thank you for the bongo cat blurb biddies. It's harder to say than it seems. Yeah, so when you go to Ice Bear's stream, because he's working on the zombie game, he actually has a mode where he puts a bot like into the game that shoots the zombies, and then you get to watch and see whether the bot manages to survive in the game shooting the zombies before Ice Bear comes back, usually with a steaming hot cup of coffee and some possible snacks. So go drop Ice Bear a follow if you haven't already. You won't be sorry. Oh wait, I just reached a sub goal. Look at the bottom. Look, I don't look at that bar very often because it doesn't very often move. So thank you, Bardi for. No wait, you gifted. No, you gifted in Clayman Street. That wouldn't show on mine. I guess I somehow got to that level today by somebody subbing or resubbing in here. All right, I'm just trying to scroll back and see who triggered that. But anyway, thank you, everybody. I guess... Oh, Lord. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Didn't squash me today, Birdie. Off you go.
Mr. Ellie. Oh, dang it. Okay. Yeah, Birdie wins. Birdie. Get this thing off my head.
Thank you. Thank you for squishing me, Barney. Until next time, everyone. Until next time, Bear. Enjoy your sleep in the fridge, since, you know, that's where polar bears sleep. And I will catch up with you soon, whether it's on your stream or whether it is, in fact, on somebody else's. I did an Amazon Prime sub. Dr. Cancer! Dr. Cancer? How did I... Can you please explain how I missed that, other than being a complete numpty? Was I doing something like on the BRB screen and then came back and missed it? See, 4 hours ago, JD resubbed. I didn't post it, but it should post automatically. Or did you do it when I was off stream, maybe, possibly? Because even then I should still see it. Hang on. So 2 days ago, your sub points goal of 40 was just started. Nope, not off stream. If you didn't post it though, it should still have done something. It should still have done the trigger thing. Possibly. It was right before my first message. I'm not letting this go. I want to know why it didn't show up in my feed. Because if OBS is balked. There's a prediction. There's JD. There's people doing stuffs. Hello, not letting this go. Yeah, but that, I mean, it should show up, right, Baddie? I'm not going insane. If somebody subs and I'm live, I should get a notification. And if I'm not here, it should still show in my feed. We got the raid. We got the redemptions. Got a hype train started for no apparent reason. Baddie 69ing. Baddie gifting this tier 1 sub to Tyndall. Dr. Captain Sir doing the sleeps till scares. Why does it not show? It's so weird. That is very weird. Well, anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Captain Sir, for using your Prime sub here. Now, you only get one of those, and there's a quadrillion trillion Google streamers on Twitch, and you chose to use your one Prime sub that Mr. Bezos gives you on my stream, so thank you. That is much appreciated. Just have no idea why it didn't show up, which is annoying. Because then it makes you wonder, well, you know what? Dr. Captain Sub, we can call you that now. Dr. Captain Sir subbed, and it didn't show up. How many other people are subscribing and it's not showing up, and they just think, that's it, I'm not subscribing to that guy again. I just gave him a subscription, he didn't even thank me. Because I didn't know. Twitch didn't tell me. If it helps, it was around 12:33 Mountain Time. Ooh, Mountain Time. I'm not too familiar with Mountain Time. Show browser. What time is it Mountain Time? 1:01 p.m. So you're an hour behind me. So if it was 12:33 Mountain Time, that would be 1:33 my time. So let's have a look. 1:33, which would have been about 29 minutes ago. So 26 minutes ago, it shows Dukesoft doing a blurb. And then 33 minutes ago, it shows Skim doing a redemption of It's All Mine, but nothing in between. That is so weird. That's the first time in 3+ years of streaming I've never had something not showing up like that. Wait, I don't have... No, I've got everything selected in the feed, the alerts, and all that. Everything's enabled. We have a sound for combos. Let me turn on a sound for subs. Maybe that might help. Blah, 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 blah. Well, that is so weird, and all I can do is just apologise. I didn't notice sooner, so thank you very much. Did the gift sub to Tyndall maybe do the goal thingy? Well, that's what I don't know, you see. 29 minutes ago, or half an hour ago now, was when Dr. Captain Sir subbed. And 24 minutes ago was when you gifted Tyndall. So the Dr. Captain Sir sub would have happened before that. So Dr. Captain Sir's sub would have taken it to 39, I'm guessing. And then your sub to Tyndall would have made it meet the goal. Those timings are correct. That is so weird. It's so weird. I've never had it before where it doesn't actually show it in OBS. Give it to me, lizard. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, but you didn't request the song. I'm going to have to request the song now. Pretty fly for a white guy. Here we go. Click on it. Add to playlist. No, not playlist. Add to queue. There we go. And I don't think anybody requested this particular song, did they? Songs on stream. No. Nobody. Okay, so I can skip this song and go straight to it. Sometimes Prime subs are a different category. I've had them come up before, though. I mean, unless they change something on Twitch, I have had people use their Prime subs here before, and they just come up like other alerts. I should get my new subscriber little thing pop up and go over the top, and then it should announce that it has been used. So I don't understand. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. But thank you for bringing it to my attention, because I would have been very upset if somebody subscribed and I didn't thank them. So a big thank you to Dr. Captain Sir. I appreciate that. Like, I remember being able to do a different alert for Prime subs versus regular subs. Yeah. Pretty sure, though, that I haven't changed anything, and I have got alerts for them before. Like, I don't know why. I get that in StreamerBot you can differentiate them and split them out, so maybe you can do some kind of funny stuff with it. But I haven't changed anything in my alerts that should make them any different. But I'm definitely going to... What I'm going to do is screenshot Dr. Captain Sir's message saying being able to do different alerts, and I'll check later in my Twitch control panel and make sure that they're not either disabled or something different is being done. So I'll absolutely check into that. You're welcome. Normally I wouldn't mention it, but if it's a bug that concerns you, I felt obliged. Absolutely. Anybody that supports this anybody that supports this stream, especially financially, I want to know about. And, you might turn around and go, yeah, but it's a Prime sub. It's not really financially. Yes, it is financially. Okay? Because to get a Prime sub, guess what? You have to be a Prime member. You have to be a Prime member. And I know how expensive it is. Thanks, TD. That was a perfect freeze frame of me just straightening myself up in my chair. Probably something that I've done once maybe in the over 4 hours I've been streaming. And TD comes in and he's like, bam, there. Freeze on that. Thank you, buddy, for giving me the outline. All right. God, Tyndall's got all the links today. What do we got now? What's this one? Are we, you're not trying to rickroll me, are you, Tyndall? Because, yeah. Yeah. I would never do anything like that because, you know, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to I'm going to give you a legitimate, completely without context link on YouTube that, you know, you have no idea what it is, completely without any context. And then, yeah, so, okay, I've tested it for safety. There is no Ricks, unless the lizard is called Ricks in this video. So thank you, Tyndall. I just wanted to be sure. So we're going to pause this and we're going to watch somebody recording a screen. Dominic Deliri recording his screen for the post-credit scene. So Elio is the newest Disney Pixar movie. And I guess when the credits are finished rolling, there's something to do with the lizard. So let's watch this thing that we shouldn't really be watching because it's in the movies. Now we'll just close it out and pretend we didn't see it. So thank you. This should explain where the lizard is coming from, which is interesting. How would people get it? Well, same way this one's got, I suppose. How would people get the lizard audio clip to put into blurps and things unless they did pretty much the same as this? Post-credit scene of a trailer for a movie. Okay. Can confirm it is safe. Thank you for being my security officer, Hardy. I appreciate that. Okay, so, although, you know, we're talking about Bardaki, we're talking about the person that was the last person to Rickroll Clayman. So, you know, should I believe Bardaki when he says, yeah, totally no Rickrolls in this, you're good, go ahead. Hovers over the clip button. Okay, so here we go. You do have that lamp in Lego. I need to know when you're building that. Oh, wait, you did build it. I mean, I get teaser trailers, and I get, you know, oh, we're just going to show you a tiny bit to get you interested, because that's what it is about a teaser trailer. There's not enough in that to get me interested. Some lizard with a tablet tapping on the screen and it going lizard, lizard, lizard. That's not enough to pique my interest and go, you know what? I really want to find out more about that movie. I feel like they probably under-teased it. Yeah, just... If anybody from Disney is listening... I mean, firstly, I didn't create this video. If anybody from Disney is listening, don't get me cancelled, all right? I didn't make that. I just watched it. But secondly, if you can make a little bit longer or a little bit more information in the teaser trailer, be good. Thank you. Full trailer looks quite awesome. Oh, okay, so now we have a full trailer. I guess that was 2 months ago. Okay, now again, you see, you're like, oh, here's the long trailer, but is it really? Is it really though? Or are we just trying to somehow eventually sneak in something? Possibly. No, it is in fact the official Pixar YouTube channel. It's safe, don't worry. Again, buddy. Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at the full trailer. See if this is something that would interest me. Yeah, so Disney Pixar might actually have found their way back because they've had a few failures recently. Yeah, that looks interesting. Hoppers. I see. I see how it's going to be now. I see. Show Unity. Thank you. Question mark. LucasSoft. That's lovely. And Bardaki now with a YouTube link. It's the day of YouTube links. I see this. Yeah. I promise that is not a Rickroll, like genuinely. Okay, well, you know, if I ever get past these Taco Bell ads, it's, you know, the title's totally not going to give it away, but nice try, buddy. Nice try. Yeah, you must be mixing me up with Clayman that, you know, after all these years, strangely still trusts you. He'll learn one day. Or not. And if he doesn't, then, you know, it's all good clip stuff, so hey! Alright, back to the music, which doesn't include Mr. Astley. It's a Rick Astley song, yes, but not a Rick roll. Well, you know, of course he trusts me. He met me in person. Yeah, that'll do it. So if anybody else wants to click on the link and listen to a Rick Astley song, there you go. Maybe we can like create a fake trailer for this game. And then like we can go into Clay's stream and go, oh yeah, look, here's the teaser trailer for my game, and then he'll be watching it and he'll be like, oh yeah, oh this looks alright, yeah, and then there's a Rickroll in there as well. So genuinely, buddy, did you put that link in there because you just particularly like that song in particular? Which is why now you've is this his newest song? Didn't he release a new one or something? All right, it's quite good, yes. Okay, so I think we can actually skip to it because I don't think anybody requested this one. And while we listen to Rick, I'm going to see, I'll make a final determination on the flutter buys we're going to use for this game. So we got to this one. And this one is obviously different as it's solid dark red. I'm going to try and not talk too much over this song because Bardi likes it. So we'll just listen to Rick and watch me work.
Be the case.
What?
Now when I returned home, I found
Tomat. Did the clip? I thought the clip machine balked there for a minute.
Desk, where she actually really picked this up from the paper bin, put it on my table, and I don't know if you can read it in the stream. With a short note and pointing to the
I can actually read that on my shrunken OBS screen and the even smaller clip screen. How are you doing, Tomat? How the devil are you? How was your stream today? Thank you for the raid and bringing your community over here. It's always appreciated and always great to see you. Trust me, that one is worth it. Thank you very much for the shout out. Of course, absolutely. Back in a minute, the toilet is screaming my name. That's the kind of toilet I want in my bathroom. Okay. Toilet that, can you imagine? That might be something you could get at Spirit Halloween. A toilet that screams your name. Tomat! Tomat! The microphone probably clipped me out there, but yeah. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. While Tomat goes and takes care of some bathroom business, welcome on in. I'm sure Tomat, when they come back, will tell me what was happening in their stream today. But we're working on the Journ Jam. Theme is man versus nature. As you can see, at the bottom of the screen, we have 8 hours, 3 hours, and 38 minutes left. Bardi, thank you for the lurky durky. Much appreciated. Thanks again for the gifty to Clay Murren. And thanks for your ongoing support. Remember, if you're not already following Bardaki, working on a fantastic RTS game called The Unwanted War, which you can wishlist on the Steam store just by clicking on that link there. So there you go. So we're working on this game called Flutterblocks. I think I'm pretty sold on that name. And it's a Tetris meets Match 3 meets Pinball something maybe type game. We're just deciding on the final lineup of butterflies that will be in the game. You're back! Yay! Yay! I hope the toilet wasn't screaming your name so loud that it hurt your ears though, because the toilet I got from Spirit Halloween that screams your name, you can actually turn down. It has like a volume control on it. So hopefully you spent the extra couple of bucks and got the one with the adjustable volume. But anyway, Tamar, what happened in your stream today? What did you get up to? So as we learned today, or I learned, there's a new movie coming out in March next year from Pixar and Disney called Hoppers. And the teaser trailer has a lizard just tapping on a tablet and it going, lizard, lizard. And apparently they used it in a lot of blurb clips, and Dukasoft's mission for the day is to find every single one and play it on this stream. So thank you, Dukasoft. I appreciate the blurb biddies. So yeah, I'm working on a jam game, but what are you working on? Tamar, what's happening in your stream today? Tell me the stuff, spill the tea, open up all the beans or whatever it is they say, while we try and find our final list of suspects, butterflies if you will, that will appear in Flutterblocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have 6 so far. So I think maybe another 1 or 2 and then we should have our final lineup. We were moving the level to the new city map and that introduced some technical issues, so we tried to fix them and Unity didn't behave so nicely today. I've had StreamerBot not being so nice today. I daren't breathe too heavy because it keeps closing out, and then if it does close out we lose all the commands, we lose all the redemptions, and it's basically me just sat here talking and doing game dev stuff. So yeah, we don't want to lose all the fun stuffs. So you know the drill, Tamar. If you have any links or anything that you want to throw into the chat, by all means, toss them in there for the party people, and they can do the clicky click thing and open them up. So thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate it. Data loss I also had. Oof. Yeah, I mean, a couple of jams ago, I actually lost my whole jam game because Unity crashed out, which is partly my fault. I have backups running for my usual projects, my main projects. I don't generally tend to do it for jam projects, and yeah, I completely lost my jam game and it wasn't recoverable, so I wasn't best pleased about that. We did have a couple of issues early on with this one where something similar happened, but thankfully I was able to mostly recreate what I had. So, and because you've taught me how to write wish list, also fix some typos in the scene and commands. I mean, you know, people can spell it however they want. I don't really mind. But also at the same time, if they didn't realise they'd made a typo, you know, I like to let people know. And then if what? I think they said lizard in that one. Thank you, Dukesoft. Yeah, if people then turn around and go, no, look, I like to spell wish list with 2 H's. There should definitely be a H after the first W. Then that's fine. I'll walk away. But, you know, you found a song about it. Only you could find this, Dukesoft. I mean, lizard. It doesn't sound like it's going to get annoying at all. I think I might sooner listen to badger, 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 but yeah, lizard. There it is. Yeah. So great to see you, Tamar. Thank you again for the raid. And we too might be raiding very shortly. My stomach is telling me that I probably should have eaten something. If not before the stream, then at least during. And I didn't, so I probably need some nom-noms, but going to be a few more minutes while I just decide on the final lineup of butterflies to go in the game. So what we said was we want to have them not just different by colour, but also by pattern. So we can also hit that accessibility button, and people that might not perceive colours the same way as most other people will still be able to play the game. So Dukesoft, whatever you do, don't type lizard into TikTok for a whole bunch of Darren, you're not helping. I know you think you're helping, and you're probably helping Dukesoft, but luckily for me, Dukesoft doesn't do TikTok. Thank you. Dodge that one. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's have a look. Another 1 or 2 maybe, and then I think we'll have our final lineup. So that one. No, it's not. Which one? Was it that one? Yes. Okay. So that was the last one we chose, and we're working backwards. So we're not using the same one twice. What about this one? Does this look different enough? I mean, it's similar in that it has blotches on the wings to the green one, and similar in that it has dots on the wings to the second one on the screen there. So is that a bit too similar, possibly? Does that look like any of the others? You take out the colours. Yeah, the more we add, the less chance we have of being able to get a completely different colour. Maybe I should. Maybe you shouldn't. Just saying. Maybe you shouldn't. And I know better, especially in today's stream, than to just trust random TikToks that are put up there. Okay, I think we're safe with this one. I think this was a TikTok that then found its way to YouTube Shorts. And yeah, I'm going to hit pause on the music a minute while we have a quick look at Darren's. So here's my question. Yeah. I don't think I'm muted. I think I'm just drowned out. Yeah, so that happened. I don't know why they muted the word not. It kind of went, that's my name. I don't know why that word not got muted, but I feel like I'm going to get heavily muted today on my stream. I feel like Twitch are going to Twitch spank me first for some of those stuffs, and then also I feel like when I then try and put it across to YouTube, they're going to go, Yeah, you've been blocked in 79 territories because of all this stuff you shouldn't have been playing. So, yeah, here we go. And I get that I didn't actually show you the browser there while that was playing, but there we go. The first lizard was muted, probably the browser source thingy. Yeah. Probably. Okay. All right. So let's grab the last butterfly or two, and then we can see who we can raid out to. This one, does this look different enough? I feel like because we have the black and white bits sticking out at the back, which we don't have on the others, and the design itself, I think is enough. Or is it? Yeah, I think it's enough. It doesn't look too much like the second one there, does it? Let's drag it in and see. We drag it to here, and then maybe grab the transform from that one, copy component, and then come down here, and then paste component values, and then we can drag it down. Yeah, I think they're different enough. I don't think this one here is too much like this one here. I think we're good. Irish Lizard Games is on. I mean, it would be rude of us to not raid out to Irish John Games, given that we're doing the Jern Jam, right? And we did say that if he was on when I'm streaming during the jam, we should raid over to him, just to not be rude. I've got 2, 4, 6, 7. Show browser. So I don't know how many different ones they have on Candy Crush. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 5 different ones on this one here. 1, 2, 3. Well, this looks different. This is like a filled-in orange. I think that was supposed to be one like up here, though. Might have been mid-combo or something. But also, that's a weird one here in the middle. 6 or 7, maybe. Show Unity. 2, 4, 6, 7. Let's have a look. That might actually be our lot anyway. Same. This one's different. Is it different enough? It looks very similar in my eyes to the one at the bottom left, the red one we already have on there. Oh. Yeah, I don't think we'll do that one. What about this one? This has eyes at the top. It's a bit different. Yeah, I think we can go with this one, but not in this white colour, because that's like similar to the colour of the one that we just had. Now, let's see if there's one that's... Oh, that's all the colours. Oh, look. Kind of have some yellowy ones already. Already got a whitey one. I like this one. I don't think it's too close to the green one. If we drag that one into the scene, and then we paste the component values, and then we drag that one maybe up here. There we go. I think we have our final 8. I'm going to work with those 8. Off stream, I am going to do the necessary to create the prefabs. I'll convert them into sprites, put the sprites onto blocks, put 3D versions of the butterflies into the blocks, the same as we have now with the other blocks. And yeah, lots to do, because my next stream is not until Friday. So I'll get the whole week to spend working on this, try and get it to be something like... I'll try and implement the mechanic that Max Speedy came in and mentioned earlier. And yeah, hopefully by Friday this will be almost done, given that there's only going to be a few days left then for playtesting and creating the itch page and all the other good stuff. So given that we already know who we're raiding, let's head on over to the stream ending scene. Here we are. Big thanks as always to our 3 mods, Science Streams, Dukasoft and Irish John Games. And it is in fact the Irishest of John Games that we are going to raid over to right now. So let me kick off the raid. I am going to have to raid and run, so when we do get there, if somebody could tell the Irish Heartthrob that I did have to run. And hopefully see you on Friday, Darren. Yes, and Darren, and hopefully everybody else will be back. There's your raid messages. The first one is, in fact, for subscribers. The second one is for non-subscribers. And yeah, I think it's been quite productive today. We've had lots of chit-chatting. We've had some new ideas for the game. I've decided on a short list of 8 of the 73, no less, butterflies that I have in the asset. And yeah, now I get to do some of the grunt work, if you will, off stream. Lee had to run and Lizard. Yeah, if you wanna tell Jern that's fine. But I will be back. Taking a notice of that schedule at the top. That's for my usual schedule. I can't do my Wednesday stream this week, but I will be back on Friday at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So if you're not already following, please drop me a follow, and that will automatically enable notifications. And yeah, I'm going to take you over on the hype train now and get some more channel points for this channel by staying on the hype train, and we'll see what Jern's up to today. So it looks like he's mastering his Photoshop skills again, so I'll see you over there. Thanks everybody. Bye.
Is that the one, Magistrate?